Oh, my back is crazy. I'm gonna have to make a sandwich eventually. Really thought you was the air in here. Air it out. That's the sound of your arrogance. Let it out. I just think it might be more beneficial to believe it anyway. The beliefs I had up until now, I'm not sure they were the way. Even if they were the truth. What was it getting me? How was I getting smarter or better or my place in the world being stronger? He was doing the opposite. Isekai D&D, that's pretty smart. 13,000 views. You guys watching Russ's D&D campaign? Holy shit. You're such a dick. Jon Stewart versus Tucker Carlson clash gets heated. Apparently it's back. Round two. Tucker has a lot. I've been training. Okay, now I'm ready. The fight you got me 2 decades ago. That's not the same me. When therapy harms. Do you guys know anybody who says my therapy it was worse for him? It made me worse. I've definitely heard people say that. I didn't take them very seriously, but maybe they're right. Trump just broke the internet. Okay, stop. I do want to see this speech, though. We are in the middle of a climate crisis. Volume 1, reviewing Airbender. Didn't like it. It's real vanilla Naruto. It's real OG Naruto. That's what it reminds me of as far as like the combat or the power scaling, how strong everybody is with their magic. They're not that strong. I feel I could bring in 2 guns and kill everybody on the field with my guns. They're kung fu fighting. It's not that they're not that powerful. I mean, I guess Aang is when he goes into his avatar state, and it lets you. It gives her. They're kids. They're not. They don't have. They lets masters come in and be way stronger than it allows the space for that. But when I think about the fighting in Avatar, or what the combat's like, or how the action scenes are, is how you'd say this in live action. How are the action scenes? Well, they're pretty mellow. They're pretty tame. I mean, there's explosions and it's shot really well, and it doesn't look. It looks a little cheesy, but the thing that really sticks out to me most is they're fighting with fireworks. They're fighting with little water balloons. I mean, it's not very. When I hit you with my move, it doesn't. RFK, I think somebody else is making some decisions in the White House. Yeah, I've heard this line before. The right says this all the time. Now Bobby J's saying it. He ain't the one pulling the trigger on all this stuff. I got Fox News on my feed. That's all they give me. Really thought you was the air in here. Air it out. That's the sound of your arrogance. Let it out. Must be something in the air in there. Let it out. Whole crowd giving you the shh when you said it loud. Prince of yourself. In a main in a story that nobody scripted exists as a misprint. Wouldn't use the prince and there's nobody listening. Just hit up the king for permission, bitches. I've been waiting for this. Does Europe need a strong German military? Wow! Yes! 71% agrees. Of course, you always want to vote for the winner in a poll. You never want to vote your conscience. Vote for the person who's gonna win. It sounds stupid. Hold your breath. In 6 months, it'll be in everybody's mouth.
Can I just ask about the
Vote for a third-party candidate. He isn't even gonna win. He's gonna screw over the winner. Who cares? I'm gonna vote my heart.
I mean, if there was, for example, as you said, I think it was 64%. I mean, does that speak of a public that is willing to enlist in the Bundeswehr and fight for the defense of Germany along with NATO?
They're polling their people whether to see if they want to enlist. Conscription? Russia did? This isn't live, so I don't know why. I mean, it's live, but I took it off the live feed. Which is stop. What is the problem? Just calm down, take a breath, buffer, and then go.
In the Bundeswehr and fight for the defense of Germany along with NATO?
It's a great question, and it's actually one that many
24th century, ladies and gentlemen.
countries across Europe face. Again, the UK has faced the debates about.
I can't wait till my AI can't keep up with the network connection. I got the future technology here that's got all the knowledge of mankind put into a single box, but it can't keep up with the network connection. So what kind of machine am I really gonna get here?
Societal readiness program, and a lot of people look at Finland and look at their whole society approach to security, whereby there is compulsory military service and you build up a very good trained resistance.
Finland? Because it's in Scandinavia, right on the edge of Russia. Sweden, Norway, Denmark don't have to do that. I'm guessing. I don't know.
He's previously been against, but I think the mood might.
Insufferable, huh? Let's pause and we'll come back. Let's try a different one. Feeling like Broly. I grew up primitive. Knew the six couldn't hold me. No love from the OG, so I had to flip GO when they call me. Rings on the fingers and the one at thumb a ride like we're homies. Did you know N is the mute button, not M for mute or music, but N? Okay, Tim, what's going on? Let me guess. The women are wanting too many rights, right? Goddamn women. That's what I think about when I think of them. It is not like the girls. I mean, I'm sure he likes them, like, you know, and after dark. Come on, we can do this. 26 seconds in, I don't have control of the video. Come on. Come on. Come on.
So Donald Trump comes down to the border. He meets with Greg Abbott. Joe Biden's down there. Biden says stupid things. He blamed the wildfires on climate change. It's like, wow. You know what I was thinking about? When Biden called Republicans Neanderthals and then said the climate crisis is real. I was thinking, like, as long as I've been alive, there's a climate crisis. As long as I've been alive, I've been like, oh, the climate crisis. It's like every single time there's some kind of
Well, I'm a Neanderthal. What's wrong with Neanderthals?
Natural disaster, climate crisis. And I'm like, certainly one of it was not the climate crisis, I guess. Not that I trust him, but we got this video, and it's hilarious, and everyone's sharing it. Here you go.
Some sort of concrete wall with barbed wire over the top, and then on the other, and then a couple inches towards us, an lattice metal fence. That's what I see. What do you see? Comment down below. What kind of a wall did we get? It looks like he's looking into a prison. Well, what do you see?
The Mexican army, that was a Mexican army guy who yelled Trump, Trump, right?
I can't tell, but it seems
It sounds like it.
It's either that or it's an illegal immigrant who's like being waved in by Donald Trump.
No. That is the Mexican army.
appeared to wave his.
That is the Mexican army. Okay, that's been reported. And listen. And then Trump waves, and then he raises his fist for him, and then he's like, "They like Trump." And this is a viral video going on right now.
That was a good Trump. That was a good impression.
They're at the border, and it's
Tim?
fascinating because Joe Biden is in Texas saying, "The time to act is now," and then everyone's pointing out like the areas that Greg Abbott secured in Texas have no border crossings. So it's like, what do you mean the time? The time to act was a long time ago. You did nothing. Abbott came in, put up the border barriers, and now it's like in the area that he's talking about, there's like 14 people.
Time to act was 12 years ago. I wonder what's happening down there. You know, the Republicans are in the opposition party, which means they're going to fearmonger about their issues. Their issues are crime, economy, or taxes, however you want to look at it, and immigration. So this is what they're concerned about. So this is what they're going to talk about. I wonder how big of a deal it really is. Tucker's been talking about the invasion for 6 years, 8 years. The time to act is now? Yeah, why? My laptop's a piece of shit because the internet's a piece of shit because the software is a piece of shit. That's why. Any solutions that make it better or just explanations, excuses, apologies?
The time to act was a long time ago. You did nothing. Abbott came in,
Scapegoat.
border barriers, and now it's like in the area that he's talking about, there's like 14 people.
Biden is the worst person on the group project. He has come at the end and like, see what we did? Great for me. No one else did anything.
No, it's worse than that. He shows up and the project's done. He's like, "Come on, guys, we gotta hustle and get this project done." And you're like, "We did it already."
Yeah.
Like you weren't even here.
You
Honestly, that sounds like something Biden would do when he was in high school,
for sure.
at college.
No, the plagiarizer, he totally would do stuff like that.
Okay. What do you guys think about Mayorkas? The best? Or pretty good? Secretary of Defense. Oh, I'm not even sure what his literal role is, but I know he's the captain of the border security. I'm the leader of border security on the Mexican border. It's up to me. Well, I know he got impeached, but I think he's still doing his job. So I'm not sure.
He was always bottom of his class. Well, I think he said that he was like top. He said he was always like the very bottom of the class.
He actually is the top of his class.
Yeah. He said he graduated from like the top honors and all this stuff, and he did it. And it got like easily disproved, and then he was like, I'm just gonna fade it back, and now I'm back with more lives.
But maybe he was like the Fonz with his aviators and his motorcycle, and then like, but he just was struggling, so he needed to get tutored.
Dude, I bet he was
He was
so
a cool
cool in
kid,
high school.
and he was like, I'm really cool, but I'm not good at math. And then they were like, and then the nerdy kid was like, I'll tutor you. And
That's like $10, kid. And then at the end of the week, he's like, I forgot the $10.
I honestly though, I think Joe Biden was probably a really creepy guy in high school that had no friends and was sitting in the corner like looking like hi, and then
Joe Biden is from Delaware. He's very rich. He's been in the Congress for 40 years. My understanding was his political dirtiness of his hands, how he got his money in politics, was credit cards. I do revolving door behavior for credit card companies. I give them loopholes. I give them subsidies. The credit card companies. He's in bed with them. That was my understanding. But he's very rich. They have a lot of money. I don't think he was an outcast. And we're watching Elite. It's kind of interesting because they're dividing the world into two types of people over and over and over again. So there's the rich kids and then the poor kids. But then there's also the brown kids and the white kids. And then there's a black kid. And they're it's not just class, it's also race. And it's also religion. We have Muslims in the cast, and that comes up all the time. The distinction between the Christian characters and the Muslim characters, regardless of the money or the race. Even in the elite, even in the circles where money is what everybody has, they're still finding other ways to differentiate. It's not all, we're one big club of rich people, though some characters do act that way. Your race doesn't matter. Your religion doesn't matter. What matters is your money. And we're aligned because we both have a lot, and that makes us a type of person, and my people are going to be the rich people. It's really interesting. I think it's interesting. Because it's, how do people in their mind divide? Who is your ally? Who is your enemy? Is it the Muslims? Is it the whites? Is it the rich kids? Who's really fucking up the school? I don't know. I find it very dramatic. It's a telenovela. So it's a soap opera. It's supposed to be dramatic. And it's supposed to be controversial or incendiary. I mean, like incite, not like flames. I'm using the wrong word.
I honestly though, I think Joe Biden was probably a really creepy guy in high school that had no friends and was sitting in the corner like looking like hi.
What kind of kid do you think Joe Biden was in high school? Put it down in the comment section. I think he was like rich. He's gonna have like a really nice car. He's got tennis lessons after school or something. He's gonna have a very well off life. He's not gonna be, I mean, maybe he is a nerd, but how that's going to play out in his high school life, having so much money. I mean, this is the elite stuff I'm watching, and I think it's interesting. It's not like you think. It's not like you think. The rich kids aren't just everything's beachy. They have a lot of problems. Eternal suffering is endemic. We all have to go through this.
And the corn pop story, right? I think the true story of the corn pop thing is because Joe Biden says in the same breath that the little kids would rub his legs.
Yeah.
They go in the water and rub my hair legs. And I'm like, I think this man is a pedophile because of all the videos where he's groping the children. And then
I remember when I went to college, the black girls would touch my arm because when their fingers would let go, the pigmentation of my skin would be like white. And then all the blood would rush back to the area that she was grabbing, and it would be more peach or whatever, red. and they were playing games with touching me just to see we're different colored people. So we're investigating it. We're curious. I don't know if that's what the story reminded me of. He's talking about how I went to the pool with a bunch of black kids in 1960, and it it was very different than going to the pool with a bunch of black kids in the 21st century. And they would touch my legs because of the hair on my legs was different than the hair on. That's what I understood him saying at the time. I didn't think he was talking about pedophilia, but that's what Tim gathered. Okay.
The corn pop story, right? I think the true story of the corn pop thing is because Joe Biden says in the same breath that the little kids would rub his legs.
Yeah.
They go in the water and rub my hair legs. And I'm like, I think this man is a pedophile because of all the videos where he's groping the children. And then corn pop probably was like, yo, dude, stop touching these kids, and like pulled out the rusty whatever. And then Joe Biden was like, well, I can't talk about the reason corn pop wanted to fight. So
Wow,
I
Tim.
I called him Esther. He got mad. I'm like, I don't believe you.
No, I don't believe you.
Just made that up. Because you can say anything you want, but he's just. You know what I think really happened?
It was Seamus from Green Tunes who told me the story that there had been a children's book about Joe Biden's life that had been created, and in it they mentioned like, yeah, he was so good at catching footballs they called him Hansy or something, or like Hans Biden.
Yeah.
I can't remember the details of this, and it was like, are you trying to get out ahead of something that's about to get released about he was like too handsy with people in high school? You know, like he's not
Didn't his
great.
own family call him like pedo Pete? Wasn't
That
that?
was a Hunter Biden text.
Yeah, which is insane to me. Imagine just being like, oh yeah, we lovingly call our family member a
My-
pedophile in the house.
It's not a joke.
It's
like
not.
you don't joke
It's not funny at all, and yet they're doing it, which is weird. Like, there's something.
Well, the reason you say that stuff is because you want to protect your kids from a pedophile in the room. You think that's what that was happening? This is the first thing that seems a little uh-oh. I mean, I've seen him smell the girl's hair and things like that, but pedophile, that's a big accusation.
There's something strange going on.
Yeah, I don't think Hansy was the nickname, or it might have been, but I can't find it. But I did find this article from 2015 where it says, from the National Post, Joe Biden's lingering hands earn him nickname of Creepy Veep. Oh, gross. This was in 2015. That's crazy.
This guy was like, I think he was popular in high school and he's never let it go.
And the best thing I can say is, like, at least she's an adult woman. Like, that's not.
I think he's just popular. I think this is called politician. I think this is smoozing the room. I think this is connecting with people. You touch them. He's a church guy. He's a priest. When we play D&D, Biden's the priest. Is the priest a little dodgy? Yes, usually.
He's like twitching. That girl was contorting. Her body's
Does it make some people uncomfortable? Yes.
About the Trump at the border videos that he
Some
feels
people
he's
like
having a
it.
better time than everyone else. You know what I mean? Like Trump always seems like he's having a lot of fun, whereas the Democrats are all doom and gloom all the time.
Really?
It reminds me of when he.
Trump always looks like he's having fun? I don't think you've seen Trump mad. Hillary Clinton's best attack on this guy was his temperament is not good. He'll grab the phone at 3 a.m. and tank somebody's business on a whim because he does not like them or they said something mean about him or what the fuck ever. He's impulsive. He's trigger happy. He should not have the nuclear codes. This guy's gonna nuke North. He's gonna bring fire and fury to North Korea.
A lot of fun, whereas the Democrats are all doom and gloom all the time.
Yeah. It reminds me of when he.
Trump said, "I'm not gonna have fun this campaign. This isn't about fun. The country's dying. I'll smile when we've won." Hey, if Biden's doing TikTok, he's gonna try to be funny. Let him. That's not what I'm doing. Okay. Well, we're gonna see.
A lot of fun, whereas the Democrats are all doom and gloom all the time.
Yeah. It reminds me of when he, took the picture of that Trump taco bowl at Trump Tower and was like, "We love love the Mexicans. It's like same energy right here.
This is a huge component of 2016 that I've talked about a lot. That when you look at the Democrats, they were dropping to their knees and going, and when you look at Trump supporters, they're like dancing in the street. They're all laughing and mocking people. And it's like,
This is January 7th, and then they're all very upset. They're not dancing in the street. They're dancing in the. What?
talk about a lot.
I remember the Trump supporters from 2016 were violent. They're violent. He's inciting violence. I'll pay your legal, knock him out. I'll pay your legal fees. Go ahead and just knock him out. I'll pay the legal fees. Don't worry about it. Deck him. Or they're all laughing and dancing in the streets.
It's like same energy right here.
This is a huge component of 2016 that I've talked about a lot. That when you look at the Democrats, they were dropping to their knees and going, and when you look at Trump supporters, they're like dancing in the street. They're all laughing and mocking people. It's like, if you were an ethnic minority hanging out with a bunch of other Trump supporters, and they cracked a joke that was like a racial joke, everyone laughed together. Like if Dave Chappelle was on. Dave Chappelle's latest special makes fun of Asians and black people. And he's made fun of white people, and he's made fun of gay people and trans people. So if you were just like in on the joke with everybody ripping on each other, you're all laughing together. But if you're a Democrat, you're just frowning and angry all the time. And they're just like,
The left has no sense of humor, I think is what he's saying. Or the Democrats have no sense of humor.
I don't know where their humor exists. I don't know if you guys saw that video where that queer teacher, self-identified, not an insult, said that libs of TikTok got her fired. I don't know what pronouns she uses. And she was like, I just like to make people laugh. And I'm like, when? When do you like to make people laugh? No, you don't. That's a lie. Because these leftists are always like, stop laughing. Laughing is not a lie.
Yeah, it's like
It's for the bubble.
Shane Gillis is us and
Because you're being racist? I don't know. Who's on the left that we watch? We watch JD, we watch Bill Maher. They're comedians on the left. The left lost their sense of humor. I mean, in some sense, politics is very serious. This isn't funny. To me, Trump's the one who lost his sense of. He was very fun. Trump's. If you said, give me Trump's best quality as a politician, I'd say he's funny. Rosie O'Donnell's a fat pig, but I wouldn't say that about most women. That's hilarious. That cracks through. It's the Dave Chappelle example. Everybody's laughing now except for Rosie, but it was very funny. And now he's not gonna. I'm not going to call John McCain not a war hero because he didn't get captured. I mean, that's funny. It's also very disrespectful. But if we're a bunch of fucking 30-year-old guys or girls hanging out talking about politics, this is gonna be hilarious. It's a laugh line. It's a moment where we laugh and smile. To me, it's the Republicans who have lost their humor, or Trump who's decided, I'm not going to be funny, I'm going to be serious. Biden was always serious. I don't know. He must mean people. He must mean Democrats, Democratic voters. I'd have no humor.
It's not a lie.
yeah, it's like
It's for the bubble.
Shane Gillis's SNL monologue. Like the crowd was just silent, and then it goes viral on Twitter because conservatives think it's hilarious. They're comfortable joking about things, but you could just see the band behind him, total silence, audience, not many claps.
Yeah.
They're soulless people. They
It's
don't know
very
how to
good.
have
And
fun.
who do you want leading you into the future here? Like the people that are having fun and seem optimistic, or the people who are like dead other side?
Well, the coastal elite are sensitive to racism. Remember Ben Affleck? It's gross. It's gross to even talk about jihad. It's racist. So it's not funny to them. Blackface is not funny to them. You can offend their racial sensitivities. You can say a joke and they go, "Oh, that wasn't funny. That was racist." That can certainly happen on the left, for sure. Make a joke about Christianity in a room full of white Republicans in the wrong state, and see how everybody takes huge offense to what you just said about Jesus. That can happen too.
Not many claps. Yeah, there's soulless people.
They'll lose their humor very quickly once you start insulting the Savior.
People that are having fun and seem optimistic, or people who are like, that other side's gonna ruin your life, and he wants to be a dictator, and everything is bad, and I don't want to put those people in charge because they seem like they're ready to drive off the cliff. I like waving at the other side. I like someone who makes me laugh.
I think that's why Make America Great Again is such a powerful political message too, because it's uplifting. People want to be a part of greatness.
Yeah,
I think that's what's
a call to action.
It's reverence of a time long gone. Make it the way it was again. Uplifting, that wouldn't have been the word I'm using, but she's focusing on the great part of Make America Great Again. I'm focusing on the Make It Again part.
It's uplifting. It's part of greatness.
Yeah,
I think that's
it's a
what's
call to
attractive
action
about
and
it.
it's optimistic. It's interesting.
Here's a great example of what woke is like.
Like and share, die.
We'll play this video.
Welcome everyone to Comedy Night at University College. Let's be very considerate to our first comedian, Jason Berkelman.
All right. What a good-looking crowd we have tonight.
Jason must be studying prevailing oppressive beauty norms.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that. Anyway, I just broke up with my girlfriend.
Your heteronormative relationship is exclusionary and Christian did so.
Okay, so I just flew in, guys, and
I have lost the plot in how this is leftist politics. This isn't politics at all. There's nothing here political at all. They're talking about sex. They're talking about respecting people's dignity or whatever. This is not politics. I don't know how this happened. I mean, black people need rights, women need rights, gay people need rights, trans people need rights. So all these people exist in a political party, and they all support each other, and we all take turns getting each other rights. And somehow that has turned into this. My politics is about sex, and my politics is about inclusivity, or I mean, that's not even the way to say it. I would want to say something like respect, humanism almost. There's like a humanist twinge to this. But it's not politics. This is philosophy. This is biology. This is psychology. This is not politics. How this became the left is fucking bananas to me. Because the left, to me, was about economics. This is not about economics. I don't know. I'm politically left. This is the left. I don't understand it. It wasn't the left 5 years ago. Bernie was the left. Bernie. Socialism. Now Tucker Carlson's like, why can't we have nice things made by the government? Well, hold on. There is a political change happening in front of us, and I can't quite how is this the left? How is this politics at all? This is culture. This is just their culture. It's hilariously retarded. It's hilariously funny. It's hilariously uptight. Everybody has their panties in a bunch. They're all stick in the muds. But this isn't politics. This is culture. These are social norms. This isn't politics. Boo! We're not good looking.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that. Anyway, I just broke up with my girlfriend.
Your heteronormative relationship is exclusionary and prejudicial.
Okay, so
Is this? What must have happened to your... Is this cultural Marxism strikes again? What must have happened to your mind to think? I mean, they're parroting real, whether it's exactly like this or whether it's just exaggeration to make it funny. This is a real thing. People do really think like this. What must have happened to your mind to make you think? It wasn't Capital by Karl Marx. This does not exist in that book. I don't know what the fuck you read. I don't know where your thought leaders are. I don't know who the cultural Marxists are. I don't know how the mind virus got into you. Who your thought leader is. Where you picked this up from. It wasn't leftist politics, but I guess it's going to be in the future. And Tucker Carlson wants more socialism and nationalism. And the left is obsessed with sex and psychology. That's not... Obama, we needed medicine. This was about government buying our medicine. That's not about sex. It's not about people's sexual feelings for each other. Or feelings for themselves. This is off. This is a distraction. This is a red herring. This isn't politics, but it's taking up the political space. It's taking up the political real estate in your mind, but it's not politics. This is culture. Until you need something. What do these people need? They need laws, they need rights. I mean, there is looking at this from a positive eye instead of a ridiculing eye. It's a joke, so it's supposed to be funny. But if you were looking at it from a positive eye, you might say something like, they just want respect. They're just trying to get you to respect them. And they might have to go to the law to get that. I want... This is gay people. I want kids. I want marriage. I want to serve openly like everybody else. I want rights. I have to go into the political sphere to get this cultural change because there are laws preventing me from getting children, preventing me from marrying equally like you straight people, and preventing me from serving open in the military and whatever rights else they needed. And then we get to trans people and they make the same argument and it seems to lose a little... It seems to be a little less convincing, doesn't it? Or at least to me. And now we're over here and I broke up with my girlfriend. Boo! You're a hetero! Bigot or something. Whatever it was, they want respect. They wanted more respect. They're not getting it from this comedian. What's the problem? He's not respecting the audience.
Your heteronormative relationship is exclusionary and prejudicial.
See how emotional the audience is? They're so emotional. They're so angry. They're so on glass. I mean, this was Seinfeld. He says this. I can't go out and do comedy anymore because the crowd is on glass. They're walking on eggshells. They're afraid to laugh. They're afraid to take a third drink and really laugh out loud at something that spontaneously makes them laugh, even if it's a little racist, even if it's a little sexist. Now the crowd wants you to be respectful of those things. It makes comedy different.
Guys, and the snacks on airplane. What are you allergic to peanuts?
Fear of flying was on a list of trigger warnings we sent you.
Who are these people? You're the victims of your hate speech.
But that wasn't race or sex at all. He's not respecting their phobia, but it's respect in the end. That's the joke. That's what the enemy in this movie wants. He wants the cultural Marxists in the crowd, or whoever the real enemy is. They want you to respect their fear of flying, or whatever it is.
What are you allergic to peanuts?
Fear of flying was on a list of trigger warnings we sent you.
Who are these people?
I don't understand how this is political. I don't understand how this is left or right. But Tim is clear as day. This is an example. Here, I'll watch it without pausing. This is an example of the left being humorless. They're humorless. Oh my God, I can't even do it the way I do it. Oh my God. Yikes. My show is so hard from the laptop.
Let's be very considerate to our first
Considerate!
Jason Berkelman.
Alright! What a good looking crowd we have tonight.
Check yours based on any prevailing present beauty laws.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that. Anyway, I just broke up with my girlfriend.
Your heteronormative relationship is exclusionary and prejudicial.
Okay, so I just flew in, guys, and the snacks on airplane. What are you allergic to peanuts?
Fear of flying was on a list of trigger warnings we sent you.
Who are these people? You're the victims of your hate speech.
We'll need to secure a safe place for our protesters.
They seem angry.
And here we go with the town policing.
This is where it becomes political. Now I need to sue you for being a victim of your hate speech. Oh, so now it's legal. Oh, so now it's political. Oh, but before that, we're just a bunch of guys, and this is culture in a room, and there's nothing political here at all. But when you say I'm a victim of your hate speech, no, now you've that's the line. That's when you've crossed the political line.
And the snacks on airplane. What are you allergic to peanuts?
Fear of flying was on a list of trigger warnings we sent you.
Who are these people? You're the victims of your hate speech.
We'll need to secure a safe place for our protesters.
They seem angry.
And here we go with the town policing.
Acknowledge your white privilege.
I was going to with some of my jokes. Like this one. I went on vacation in Jamaica
Racist.
with my dad.
Patriarchist.
He smoked pot, guys. It's funny.
Mansplain the bigot. Jason, there's at least 8 different genders.
Is this politics? This is like feminism or something. Which I guess can enter the realm of feminists do have a vote. So they do get to participate in politics like everybody else. But I do not recognize this as political at all, except for a couple places.
Guys, it's funny.
Mansplain the bigot. Jason, there's at least 8 different genders in the audience right now. They're not all guys.
Well, now I feel like I can't say
basically summarizes, you know, like the left. And
8 years
the
ago.
video is there.
You know, this is not foreign to me. This did not pop up 2 years ago or whatever. But I never associated it with Democrats or the left. Though maybe liberal coastal elite would be the word I would use. This is just a culture. It's the way people think in Beverly Hills. Don't offend. I have a colored adopted kid. Don't offend him. Things like that. The left. I remember when all the rich people were Republicans because Republicans was the place where you got tax cuts. So if you needed a party to protect your rich legacy, you would be a Republican. That changed. Times they are changing.
That it was commissioned, I think, by Fusion, and it caused. This is so funny. I went to Fusion, and the company they contract made this video because Seinfeld
Fusion
talked about it.
GPS?
And so
Fusion.
ended up getting a lot of traffic. We specifically targeted it for marketing, and inside the company, they lost their minds. They were like, "This is fascism. Why are we promoting white supremacist content?" And it was like,
Because I love white supremacism.
I was just like, isn't it kind of weird that the only content this company has ever made that actually got views was the one making fun of all you people? It's kind of wild, isn't it? That this external third-party company was contracted to make a joke, and y'all are freaking out about it, and it's the only thing getting views. They make these videos, they get no views. And then they make this one making fun of all of them, and they're just like, why are we being made fun of? And they got so angry. It was hilarious.
I think that's the thing.
Well, the people are idiots. They want puppy videos. They want yoga pants. They're always going to. You can't. The views. That's not. It's indicative of what the society actually thinks. This is why polling to me was so important a decade ago. Oh my God. We have the internet. I can get everybody's opinion in a fucking 10 seconds. And poll the world. Everybody has a phone. Democracy. I can just ask people what they think. No, let's see how many views certain content gets and glean what the people want from that. I mean, that got a lot of views, Tim, because you're playing it 10 years later as a video that's making its rounds.
The only thing getting views. They make these videos, they get no views. And then they make this one making fun of all of them, and they're just like, why are we being made fun of? And they got so angry.
Lecture him about how to get views.
I think that's the thing, though. I think people don't like to be in environments where you feel like you're constantly being policed and you're not able to speak freely or authentically. And content.
You mean like school or church or work or fucking literally fucking any place at all? That's what social media was supposed to bring us is a little bit of everybody has their own soapbox on the town square.
And content that makes fun of yourself is inviting in some way, right? Like, we all have a friend who's really self-deprecating, and they make us laugh because we're sort of like, I don't know, it invites a level of humility from everyone, whereas, you know,
True.
There's no reason to communicate with someone if someone is always if the other person is trying to trip you up at any point, if they're trying to essentially lock
Gotcha.
down your thoughts.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Tim.
She's right. I agree with that. There's almost no point in having a conversation with somebody who's trying to play gotcha. Somebody who's self-deprecating, it's much more easier to connect to them because there's a humility that goes around. Everybody sees that they're making fun of themselves, and we all are humbled by that instead of trying to puff out our chest and be the strongest person in the room, competing with everybody else who's also the strongest person in the room, playing gotcha, trying to one up each other, playing power games. If somebody comes in and just gives it all up in a self-deprecating way, that it's disarming. It's humbling. She's right. Hey, all you awakened wonders. Russell Brand, he's on the left, right? Correct? Doesn't feel like it. Hey, see, Russell, I think leftist, but it's just because I think populist, and that's not really leftist anymore. Maybe it never was. Not in my country. Except for maybe like a hidden part of history that I can barely even remember. Something I learned from Dr. Wolf, the economist, the one economist in the whole world who read Marx. The one economist in the whole world who read Marx. The one. There's only one. Isn't that incredible? The economist. You'd think they'd go through their competition's literature and prepare them with some criticisms to knock all this stupid shit down. But nope. La 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 la. That's her strategy. That doesn't even exist. Rawls and Keynes. That's all you need to know. And Elanian. That's the economy you need to know.
C-63 bill will allow the Canadian government to imprison people for life in order to protect children or to imprison political opponents. What do you think Justin Trudeau and the globalists are more interested in? Hi there, you awakening ones. Thanks for joining us on our Voice to Truth and Freedom. Remember, you can support our movement by becoming a member. Click the link there in the description. Go into it, click it. We make an additional video every week. Last week it was about COVID. Last week we interviewed Rand Paul and talked to him about, COVID, vaccines, sort of stuff you're interested in, and asked questions directly to him that was posted by our members. Become one. Support our movement. Otherwise, you will end up belonging to a movement run by Justin Trudeau and the globalists, which proposes that in order to, protect children. And this mainstream media news broadcast seems to suggest now, although also in weird, crazy, cuckoo project Canada, there are ideas to euthanize people for being sad, poor, or old. So really, the elderly need protecting mostly from Justin Trudeau. What's going on in the world? Who is Justin Trudeau protecting us from except bloody Justin Trudeau? That's who I want to be protected from. Let's get into this story because whether it's Ireland or the United States or in particular Canada, there are new laws that seem predicated upon impeding free speech. Let's have a look.
Internet safety is a subject talked about in most households, especially with vulnerable family members.
So I'm talking about my household. What's going on?
Internet safety is a topic that is talked about in most households. Is it? Russell, you're too funny. Didn't lose his sense of humor. Whatever side you're on.
Internet safety is a subject talked about in most households, especially with vulnerable family members.
So I'm talking about my household. What's going on with these weird new laws to censor people and shut down dissent? Is there anyone worth voting for anywhere in the world?
Especially with vulnerable family members, young kids or seniors.
Seniors? Don't worry about the elderly. Don't worry about my dad. Dad, what are you doing? Actually, he should be controlled what he puts on the internet. But generally speaking, the elderly aren't the issue, are they? What they're doing and what they generally do is present a situation where they are our protectors in order to take our power and security. It's such an obvious scheme. They're such grifters. It's so plain, I can't believe we continue to believe it.
The Liberal government is hoping its long-promised online harms bill will help protect people.
The reason this falls on such deaf ears isn't because it's not true. It's because the harm is invisible. Nobody knows what the fuck you're actually protecting us from. Maybe there is a giant invisible harm out there that we need to lose our free speech to protect our society from this bad actor who's manipulating social mind viruses to send our society in the wrong direction, using our free speech against us. But Are they Russian bots? Are they Chinese? Well, who are they? Where are they? What are they trying to do? Nobody will tell you. But they'll tell you that they're very dangerous and that you need to lose your freedom to protect yourself from them. And maybe that's true, but it falls on deaf ears because nobody knows what the threat is. Who is the enemy? Just a computer virus or something? No. Is it the Stasi? Is it the KGB? Is that who we're protecting our people from? I don't know.
Government is hoping its long-promised online harms bill will help protect people. The latest version is set to be introduced tomorrow.
The Liberals' long-awaited online harms bill will be introduced Monday.
Harm. You all know what the 18 Noble Arms are, right? I mean, we all agreed on them. Everybody knows what they are. They're totally obvious. The way harm needs to be prosecuted, patrolled, and policed. Harm. Like free speech harm, like in our last video where homies making fun of their fear of flying. Is that harmful? Because Tim is he's making fun of you, saying you think that. You do think that's harmful, and you're an idiot. You're nerfing the world. You're helicopter parenting the whole world. You're infantizing everybody. You're treating people like they're children. There's a soft bigotry of low expectations in your mind, in your mouth. And it can get so extreme that it's laughable, it's mockable. If that is the type of harm that you're protecting us from, spare us all. We're okay. My suspicion is there's another type of secret harm that we can't see, that's being kept from us, that we need to lose our free speech rights to protect our society from. But I can't tell you what it is because it's policed and patrolled and kept hidden. But it has something to do with Russian memes making me like Bernie Sanders and incel influence trying to make me like Donald Trump and just anything that could be considered a radical idea in our political space. That is all it takes. And then if everybody starts believing it, then we're in a... Then the KGB really did fuck with our politics, in our social collective consciousness. Our political, our collective political consciousness. They did mess with it. We're supposed to have a free and fair exchange of ideas, a marketplace of ideas, if you will. We're supposed to have a federalism of ideas. We're supposed to be able to try ideas out in the laboratory of democracy and see what we can make. But it's all supposed to be on stage. It's all supposed to be overt. It's all supposed to be seeable. The danger here, the harm that you're protecting us all from, is unseeable. I don't know what it is. I can't know it, so I can't be afraid of it. It just looks like a joke.
Where's that online harm for quick, my children?
Somebody please pick up the children!
Not the actual issue. You're a person. Trust yourself a bit more. Trust your own instinct and evaluation of your own life. What are your problems? Is it resources? Is it expenses? Is it a crisis of meaning? Is it...
You know what it is? It's their children. He's right. Or he's wrong. They actually do. That actually is what they care about, Russell. It is. What about the kids? Somebody has to protect my kids from the tablet I bought them. just not give them one. Is it resources? Is it crisis of meaning? Do you have a belonging issue? Maybe you're like me and you don't know where your home is. You're searching for the art that vilifies home, my home, because it doesn't seem to be in any artist's mind for the last 50 years. My home, homeward bound. I value the home. The whole my existence is to get home. I want to be home. It's just not an artistic thought any artist has ever had. At least not in anything I'm watching. Everything's about family! My family! Well, that's why I don't have much of a family, so I can barely relate. I'm trying to build one. Trying to salvage one, I guess. Online harm. Well, Russell, that's exactly what's Margaret and all the Western people who who gave their kids electronics during the pandemic are feeling like they need help. I couldn't believe it, to be honest. I'm thinking, well, my problems are work. My problems are money. My problem is a lack of a future I can believe in. Everybody else's problem is my kids are not, their kindergarten is, they didn't get to, they can't read with the math, and they didn't get their computers with the pandemic, and who gives a fucking shit, guys? Get them vaccinated, get them back to school. What's the problem? Well, that's everybody who's kids. They have their problem is their kids. And the online harm that's being perpetrated on their minds.
Resources? Is it expenses? Is it a crisis of meaning? Is it sort of despair? Is it total distrust and breakdown of society and culture? Is it a kind of weariness from dealing with the deluge of information from people that are telling you that they're protecting you from misinformation that appears to be...
I definitely had that. During the pandemic, I had a paradigm shift. The government is trying to sacrifice us. They're not here to help. They're not going to do anything during a moment of crisis. We're not going to have a wartime president. We're not going to have a wartime response. We're going to jerk off in a corner. It's every man for themselves, and they're not going to give us that healthcare pony. If they were ever going to give us a pony for healthcare, it would be during the global pandemic when everybody's dying of disease. And it didn't happen, and it's never going to happen. And that was a moment for me. Oh, they're not trying to make things better. They're not coming. Superman's not coming. Who's elected? Who's the guy? What policies are enacted? They don't care. It doesn't matter. They care about Starbucks. They're going to sacrifice grandma for the economy. They'll tell you right on Fox Business. They just tell you, we have to sacrifice grandma for the economy. End quote.
Trust yourself a bit more. Trust your own instinct and evaluation of your own life. What are your problems? Is it resources? Is it expenses? Is it a crisis of meaning? Is it sort of despair? Is it total distrust and breakdown?
What are you going to do with the unbalance of resources, Russell? Are you going to... What are you suggesting? A redistribution of resources, maybe? What could you... Is it resources? Yes, it is resources. I'm glad you brought that up. Brought it to my conscious. Gave me a little class consciousness there. Oh shit, you're right. I don't have any resources. Not compared to the people who are seemingly doing well in this economy. They have resources. I don't have that. They have network. They have access to bank loans. have resources. I don't have any resources. I don't have any resources. I have my mother, which is more of a relationship than a resource.
Children? Oh, somebody please pick up the children! That's not the actual issue. You're a person. Trust yourself a bit more. Trust your own instinct and evaluation of your own life. What are your problems? Is it resources? Is it expenses? Is it a crisis of meaning? Is it sort of despair? Is it total distrust and breakdown of society and culture? Is it a kind of weariness from dealing with the deluge of information from people that are telling you that they're protecting you from misinformation that appears to be...
I wouldn't call it a weariness. I would call it disillusionment. I would call it a breakup. I would call it realize, those realize. That's what I would call it. Wary, yeah, I mean, sure, wary too, but that's not strong enough.
Crisis of meaning? Is it sort of despair? Is it total distrust and breakdown of society and culture? Is it a kind of weariness from dealing with the deluge of
Yes.
information from people that are telling you that they're protecting you from misinformation that appears to be oddly untrue? Like this. The latest.
When you step up and say, I am the arbiter of truth, apparently I'm the only person who has this mental hiccup, but when somebody steps up and says, I am the arbiter of truth, my first thought is, well, how do you know? You're the fact checker? Well, how do you know? Are you the expert? How do you know? Are you the prophet? Was this meditation? You sat in your room and the secrets of the universe came to you? Is it revelation? Is it experimentation? Is it trial and error? Is it, look, the sun always comes up the next day. I'm just gonna fucking bet that it will come up tomorrow. There is a epistemic hole in knowledge gathering that you have to explain if you stand up and say, I am the arbiter of truth. Otherwise, it's supposed to be a free country where we all make up our own minds. We listen to the news and we make up our own minds. We're supposed to be free thinkers. We're supposed to have free speech, and free thought is supposed to be a staple of our society. It's supposed to be one of the things that makes us so exceptional. We have a thriving democracy where people can exchange ideas freely. Think freely. There's no political prosecution. There's no, oh, he's an opposition leader, I'm going to jail him or fuck up his life with some sort of intelligence bullying, whatever they're doing. That's what made America great. That's what we should be trying to get back to. Girl on Tim Pool's podcast said, Make America Great Again, it's aspirational. I'm thinking, like, no, it's not. It's reactionary. It's take us back. It's I want things. Remember when things were great? I want to go back to when things were great. I mean, I guess that's aspirational, but to me, aspirational it implies a brand new future. We're aspiring to something new. No, we just want to go back to when things were great. When were things great? 1955. I think. This is Vivek. We're conservatives. What exactly do we want to conserve? The future is coming, so we have to. So what values do we have that we want to take into the future as it changes around us? The change is here, but what values are we conserving while we go through the change? It doesn't seem like you have any. Makes it very unattractive to be a conservative. Because I don't even know what you want to conserve. You want to conserve the Bible and things like that. You want to conserve heterosexuality. You want to conserve patriarchy. Now I'm in the audience. Boo! Stop talking about ugly people and play in fear of heights. I sympathize with their argument. They want respect. They want equality. They want rights. They want people to treat them the same way that they treat other. They want they want the golden rule. God damn it. They want the golden rule. They don't want laws that prevent them from having the golden rule. They want to legislate the golden rule into existence. They want respect. Treat me the way that I want to be treated. I mean, I think they have a point as at a certain line. I mean, it does get a little crazy when you start talking about fear of heights. I can't insult you because of your fear of heights, but as far as I'm not gonna serve you at my diner counter because of the color of your skin, that seems bad too. That's too far in the other direction. There has to be some level of basic respect for each other. And especially when it comes to a marketplace. We don't serve your kind around here. It can't be Wendy's motto. We can't have that in the 21st century. Wendy's has to serve all Americans. It can't be a type of people who Wendy's doesn't. We don't serve Muslims. Wendy's is a Christian restaurant. I don't believe in that. We had this problem with Obama, the gay wedding cake. Well, I don't want to make a gay wedding cake. Well, you're being bigoted. You're being bigoted at a commercial level. I mean, would it be okay to say, I don't serve gays at the Denny's? No gays at the Denny's. I own the Denny's. I don't like gay people. I don't serve gay people. I don't want gay people around my Denny's. I don't want any fag stuff around my property. I'm not serving them. Can you say that? Legally, I think you can't say that. I think everybody's money is just as good as everybody else's money. But that is certainly not the way things were in the 60s. That's why I'm using it as an example. Because if we had apartheid as far as commerce goes, this is the black person's store, this is the white person's store. I can't imagine a world like that. I'm dating a Puerto Rican. What would that mean functionally, effectively in my life to have prevalent racism in the laws and in the businesses? She's Puerto Rican, so she can't do what? It would be crazy, and everybody would see it as crazy. But it wasn't crazy 50 years ago. It was our way. And we demanded that other people respect it. And when they said, oh, I don't like the way you're treating your black people, I don't like the human rights that you people are doing, we would say, I don't care. And then one day, we became the moral leaders of the world. Everybody aspired to be a liberal democracy with us, and we had to go free everybody's women, and we had to go get McDonald's onto every corner of the world so that they could all be free. And we had to do that because of morality, not for resources, not because they're, I mean, I guess also because they're terrorists. They're harboring terrorists.
Weariness from dealing with the deluge of information from people that are telling you that they're protecting you from misinformation that appears to be oddly untrue, like this.
The latest in a series of sweeping and controversial internet regulations.
Things shouldn't be sweeping and controversial at the same time. If you're going to sweep something, make sure everyone bloody well agrees with it.
We need to make sure, and I think we can all agree, we need to protect our kids online.
Just
From what, Trudeau? If this was 2015, I would say from ISIS and the Caliphate. They're recruiting Muslims online using social media to fly to the Middle East to fight the West in the Caliphate. So we have to protect these children, these Western Muslim children, from disinformation from the Middle East, from the terrorists. But it's just in 2015. It's 2024. So who's your enemy? Who are you afraid of? Who's the bad guy? Who do we have to protect the kids from now? The PewDiePie? Russell? Tucker? Ben? It was interesting when were they 11 and 15 or 12 and 15? They're my cousins. They know Ben Shapiro. What, you watching? You're 12 years old. You're watching Ben Shapiro? Yes. Or he's memed in a way where he's culturally relevant to them in their school. Elena's talking about extermination and goddess versus trash and all these types of race words is what they are. I mean, supremacy is about to come out of her mouth next. Inferior is going to come out of her mouth next. That's what she said something about, well, what makes the Nazis so bad, really? As if somebody must have said that to her as a joke, or as a half joke, or as a meme that got into your 12-year-old's head from a person way smarter than them to kind of equivocate the Nazis in their young head before they've really made up their mind on who the Nazis even are. This is called poisoning the well. That's what we're protecting the kids from? The KGB poisoning the well politically or racially or sexually? Yes, I think that is what we're doing. I think that is the real enemy. I think that is the real concern. I think that is the harm. Harm. And what the fuck does that mean? Well, there's 18 harms. And we all know them, and we police them on the internet. This is Mark Zuckerberg. As if we all agreed on what the harms are. There are 18 harms, and we police them. What are they? They're secret.
Trudeau, with his various image issues, should not be wearing black leather gloves. I suppose it's good that it's on the hand rather than the face, given the distrusted Trudeau. But it's a bit too Gestapo for someone who literally awards Nazis in Parliament and evokes unnecessary emergency acts, isn't it?
The proposed bill is aimed at online companies.
They've got a hooded figure that looks like them people that nicked C-3PO and R2-D2 in the first Star Wars film.
And expected to target hate speech, terrorist content, child exploitation, and the sharing of non-consensual
I gave every little girl a phone with a camera on it, connected her to the internet, and then put her alone in a room. And I can't fucking predict what's gonna happen. I'm so fucking stupid. I can't even. I have no. She's probably just gonna make little Lego videos, or she's gonna do makeup videos. What the fuck do you think she's gonna do? This is Asmongold's theory of game design. I put a kid in a room with a fork and a socket, and I can't believe he hurt himself. Well, it's because you put him in a room with a fork and a socket. Hate speech from online. That's not very strong. Hate speech? That's already, barely even a thing. It's just speech. It's just speech. But no, there is hate speech legally, and now there's online hate speech. Watch your fucking mouths. I hate hunters. I hate mages. I hate people who think One Piece is better than Naruto. I hate people who think Naruto is better than Bleach. I hate them. I wanna go tell them that they're stupid and wrong and argue about it for 20 hours about why Naruto's better. In a hateful way. That's not illegal. That's not against democracy. That's free speech. Well, now it's illegal. What type of hate? What's the hate? What can I not hate? A race? What am I not allowed to hate? A religion? I hate people who think One Piece is the best shonen of all time. I think they're idiots. I think they're watching isekai. I want to tell them about it. Or should I not be, or is that too hate? I shouldn't be able to say hateful things online. I mean, hate speech means, in a legal sense, race is what they're talking about. You're using hateful racist words. Or religion. It does. They're not gonna say Nazis or communists. That's not hate speech. I fucking hate the Nazis. I fucking hate the communists. That's not hate speech. They mean your race. I fucking hate black people. I fucking hate white people. That's hate speech. I think. I'm pretty sure. Terrorist content. This is what I was just talking about. ISIS is recruiting the Muslims of the West to go join the caliphate. That's terrorist content. Or whatever. A Russian meme supporting a socialist. That's also a terrorist content if you hate socialism. It's going to be. This is vague and arbitrary. Harm already is. What's harmful? You mean physically harmful? No. You mean emotionally harmful? You mean mentally harmful? It's already in this mushy fuzzy realm of I barely even hate speech, harm. You have to get real specific here. What is illegal? Well, I can't really. We're being general on purpose. Child exploitation. What does that mean? To me, that means child pornography. But they could have just said that. How are the children being exploited? You mean all the gambling that's going on in the video games? How you're teaching my 10-year-old that gambling and addiction are good? And that's what gaming is? Is that what you mean by child exploitation? Because I think that's very exploitative. I think having Cash Up in Diablo 4 is very exploitative. But I don't think that's what you mean. I think you mean exploitative in a sexual sense, not in a financial sense, because that's freedom in our country. The ability to rip off your neighbor is freedom. The ability to exploit your neighbor financially is freedom. We like that. That's called hustling. That's called business. So, child exploitation, using my culture, understanding the language as I know it, must mean sex. Maybe nudes. But again, I gave my 10-year-old a camera, put her alone in the room connected to the internet, and now I'm worried about child exploitation? No, you're fucking not. You know the one way to protect your kid from child exploitation online? Prevent them from being online. Maybe the internet is for adults. Maybe it's not for kids. Maybe you get YouTube for kids and that's it. You don't get free time on the internet. The internet is for adults. It's a dangerous place. It's for pornography. You can get exploited on the internet. It's not for children. No, let's fix the internet to be okay for children again. You've already deleted the internet. You can only access parts of the World Wide Web via these new highways that have been built for us to access these information points. If I want to get an application, I have to go through the Play Store highway. And this exists everywhere. If I want to watch the president speak, I have to go through the Fox News highway. This didn't exist 10 years ago. I could just go to the internet and Google president's speech last night and just get it. But now it's all built into these little highways. And if you want to access the internet, you got to get on the highway. So they're already doing this. But we need to do it even more. We need even more. Child exploitation. It has to mean pornography. You mean I'm getting the content creators to work overtime? I'm exploiting the children via work? No. You mean I'm exploiting the children via money? I get them to give me all their allowance and their lunch money to buy the Diablo skin? No. You mean my little girl, I gave her a camera and I put her alone in her room and I gave her access to the internet and now she's posting things and somebody in the government needs to do something about this. How are the children being exploited? Because you're giving them portals to the internet, the children. And now they're... I mean, where do you post child pornography? I mean, you can send it to your little high school group or whatever. I can forward my Nadia and Guzman sex video to all my friends, but besides that, I can't post it on Instagram. I can't get it to anybody not in my contacts. You could do Patreon, you could do OnlyFans. That's probably what's happening, huh? The prettiest girl in school has an OnlyFans account. Oh shit. I'd like to look at that. Is that exploitation or is she hustling? I mean, she's a minor, so legally it's not allowed. So I don't even know. So you don't need a new law. We already have laws against child pornography. Child exploitation, I don't know what that means. Like I said, I don't think they mean it, I'm exploiting their labor. I don't think it means I'm exploiting their capital. I think it means I'm exploiting their body. But I don't know. You could say ISIS is exploiting the Western young Muslim mind by with their propaganda. I guess you could say that. I don't know what... It could mean a lot of things. Exploitation is very general. Hate speech is very general. Harm is very general. These are not well-defined words. Not legally. I mean, hate speech is well-defined, but it's already illegal. Child pornography is well-defined, but it's already illegal. So what is this law doing?
And expected to target hate speech, terrorist content, child exploitation, and the sharing of non-consensual...
What? This is when I need to talk to a Republican and go, what is the crime that you're so afraid of? The thing that you fear is not mine.
A Star Wars film is expected to target hate speech, terrorist content, child exploitation, and the sharing of non-consensual images.
Sharing of non-consensual images, meaning I just took my phone out and took a picture of her and put it away. She didn't say anything. Is it consensual? No. Should I be sharing this? Well, if it's pornography, then and you are on a platform that allows pornography, then yes. But she didn't consent. We gave them cameras and put them alone in their room connected to the internet. Like, this is what makes me think there are no social managers, and there is no person driving the ship, and it is all market forces all the way down. And nobody is fucking doing it. No, there is no queen. There's nobody watching the ship. It's all just a bunch of greedy assholes pushing each other for top dog. I mean, this is so obvious that this would happen. But it's 2024 and we're scrambling to make a new law to prevent it. It doesn't make sense on its face. The thing that you're afraid of is not mine. The thing that you fear is not mine.
A Star Wars film is expected to target hate speech, terrorist content, child exploitation, and the sharing of
non-consensual images. But that could be anything, guys. Let me take sex out of your mind. A non-consensual image is I just ran the red light and the police took a picture of me running the red light. That's a non-consensual image. This is vague in a way that makes me think it's not honest. If they were worried about sex, they'd say sex. They didn't say sex. They said exploitation and non-consensual. Well, fucking Christ, that could be anything. That could be a slave. Exploitation and non-consensual. I think labor. That's the first thing that comes to my head when you talk about exploitation of a child. You mean like child labor. You mean like a factory with child workers in it. Child exploitation. No. I'm talking about online. Non-consensual sharing of images. You're talking about paparazzi. We're talking about the paparazzi. It's the sharing of non-consensual images. But you're not talking about the paparazzi, are you? Because we already have laws for the paparazzi. We already have laws for child labor. We already have laws for hate speech. We already have laws for terrorists. I fucking promise you. The whole NSA is because of terrorists. Something is up. Something is wrong. This is Orwellian of a kind. This is totalitarian of a kind. Something's going on in these laws that are very vague, that are taking away our freedoms for security, and I can't tell who the real enemy is. Who's the real enemy? Is it the Chinese? Is it the Russians? Is it the Palestinians? Who is it? Who are we protecting our kids from? Hate speech? That could just be your neighbor. Non-consensual sharing of images? That could just be your neighbor. These feel like they should be local laws, not national, global laws.
expected to target hate speech, terrorist content, child exploitation, and the sharing of non-consensual images, both real and AI generated.
I bet some of those things there are already laws for. Like, firstly, aren't there? Like, terrorism, I think, is already illegal. I think they're already not supposed to be a paedophile.
I'm glad I'm not the only one here. Like, what the fuck?
Is legitimize censorship by offering you things that you'll agree with, like you want your children say if you don't agree with hatred and you don't agree with terrorism. Yep, that's everyone in the world thinks that, except for small marginal lunatics. And then they're going to use that to go, that was critical of, for example, the trucker protest. Look at their actions and look at what they actually care about. They care about being able to freeze people's bank account.
This is the problem with terrorist as a word at all. Anybody can be a terrorist just by declaration. And then you lose all your rights and get sent to Guantanamo because you're a terrorist. That is a hell of a legal card to play. He's right.
Care about being able to unperson and shut down dissenting voices and seize control of the media. Obvious what the agenda is. This is absolute bunk.
All with a significant focus on child safety. The conservatives say it's an...
How are you going to protect... For the thing I want to have explicit is the harm. The thing I want to have explicit is what you're policing specifically. Exploitation, you're capitalists. Get the fuck out of here. You love exploitation. Your whole economy is run on exploitation. Exploitation of the resources, exploitation of the human labor, paid for or not. Exploitation of the customer. It's the child part that's the problem. But why? Because I have a child. Do you think that's really why? Or it's what Russell said. They're using the word, somebody's got to protect the kids, to get you emotionally open to having these changes happen to you. I mean, they don't need you to be, they don't need your consent. It seems. I mean, they need your consent in a sense, but not in that sense.
Look at their actions and look at what they actually care about. They care about being able to freeze people's bank accounts, care about being able to unperson and shut down dissenting voices and seize control of the media. Obvious what the agenda is. This is absolute bunk.
All with a
Seize control of the media, meaning legislate social media, I think is what it means, which we probably should have done a decade ago. Having this all be private was the stupidest fucking thing we've ever done. We allowed the town square to be taken over by capitalists. We allowed free speech to be privatized. We allowed law enforcement to be privatized. We allowed libel and slander to be prosecuted at a individual level instead of at a legal level. We're going to prosecute this at a legislative level. Well, free speech, we decided we're going to prosecute this at an algorithmic level.
Actions and look at what they actually care about. They care about being able to freeze people's bank accounts, care about being able to unperson and shut down dissenting voices and seize control of the media. Obvious what the agenda is.
We decided to do that. This is all this didn't happen to us. It was a choice. It was a systemic choice. We could have said, no, Facebook is public. It's a public thing. Everybody gets it. Everybody has it. Everybody can have one. It's just like the telephone wires. There is no place in America that you can exist where Southwestern Bell will not go build you a fucking telephone. You have to. Everybody gets access. But we said, no, it's actually Mark's company. He can decide if you have an account there or not. He gets to decide the rules. He gets to execute his judge, jury, and execution as far as free speech goes on his platform because it's private. It's his. Free speech is his. Because he invented the technology. Does that make any sense to anybody? It shouldn't. But in our capitalist mind in 2014, when everybody's going on the news to explain this to you, why this is good, that's the reason. Well, this is free market. These are the terms of service. It's his choice. We don't want the government to be involved. Till we want subways and nice stuff like Moscow has.
Actions and look at what they actually care about. They care about being able to freeze people's bank accounts, care about being able to unperson and shut down dissenting voices and seize control of the media. Obvious what the agenda is. This is absolute bunk.
All with a significant focus on child safety. The Conservatives say it's an attempt to censor Canadians, while others hope for even stronger digital protections than those expected in the bill.
What do they put in the B-roll? Snapchat and selfie sticks? What? If we were the East, maybe this would even be a bigger deal. But this is the West, guys. We're decadent already. We have Las Vegas, okay? We already have porn stars. This is all... I mean, child pornography is concerning, I guess, but it's not surprising. It is so fucking obvious that that's gonna happen. You're giving the kid going through puberty a camera connected to the internet. And then, like, I need law. No, you need sense. Eyes in, but no foresight. I'm the leftist, overreaching authoritarian socialist communist here. You guys are supposed to be the libertarian, free market, laissez-faire, government overreach, get out of my life, but you need them to come in and protect your kids from Snapchat? Bro, delete Snapchat from your kid's phone. Oh my fucking god.
Child safety. The Conservatives say it's an attempt to censor Canadians, while others hope for even stronger digital protections than those expected in the bill.
Do you know one of the penalties is life imprisonment? How much stronger can you go than life imprisonment? Justin Trudeau will come round your house and strangle you to death in those black gloves of his while singing Swanee.
Legislation like this already exists in several other countries, like the UK, Australia, and the EU.
It's fine.
Almost as if these bills are being passed everywhere, as if it's some sort of...
To the white nations. Britain. Australia.
The EU.
What a coincidence! Almost as if these bills are being passed everywhere, as if it's some sort of coordinated global effort. Now, look, you could say more materially and more skeptically if you want to be reasonable about it, but the pandemic was a global problem, and so having a global response to a global problem is one interpretation, and the internet...
But it won't be... This is not Eastern. This is not going to happen in China. This is not going to happen in Russia. So it's not global. It's the white nations. It's the Western nations. The Christian nations. The good nations. The ones who are responsible for all civilization, everything great, everything that we have. It was because of the West. S. Peterson. Tell you all about it. How great we are.
Having a global response to a global problem is one interpretation, and the internet is a global phenomenon, so having a global response is, in some ways, sensible. As long as that response is absolutely derived from referenda, as long as it's the response that people want. I mean, as a parent at the moment, when I think, who do I want in charge of protecting my children when it comes to online safety, and basically actually all forms of safety, me. That's who's in charge of it. Me, my wife, and people I trust. It's not like Justin Trudeau, get your gloves on, the kids are playing up. I don't want them lot involved in any way. Obviously the reason that we're concerned...
That's what I was arguing for this whole time. Isn't it the parents' duty to protect the kids from the internet? I mean, this isn't bandits running through the streets. You have to get a gun and fight the bandits yourself. And if you're too weak, they can fuck up your kids. And I need the state to come in and protect everybody. This is the internet. What is so fucking harmful on the internet for your children? What is exploiting them? You tell me. I think it's gotcha games and stupid shit like that. That's what I'm watching in my life. It happened to people exploiting children on the internet. They're fucking up gaming. They're turning it into gambling. But I don't have children, so I can't see it from another perspective. So if your kids are unsafe on the internet, they're so unsafe. What could they be doing? They saw a vagina? They saw a penis? They saw their sister's penis? They saw their class president's penis? What is so unsafe? They read Marx? They found Satanism? What is unsafe on the internet? They found the alt-right? They found the Klan? These are ideas, people. These are all ideas. You're afraid of ideas. Where's the safety? Where's the harm? I can't find it. It's invisible. The threat is invisible. The enemy is invisible. But we're supposed to treat this like we're so unsafe. Protect our kids. We're so unsafe. Unsafe from what? Exploitation. Sharing images without consent. Oh my fucking god. Well, why did you invent cameras, put them on our phone, connect them all to the internet? Didn't seem like you were that concerned about it then.
Justin Trudeau, get your gloves on, the kids are playing up. They're not involved in any way. Obviously, the reason that we are concerned about this raft of legislative measures across the world, Ireland, our country, the UK,
Ireland.
Canada, EU, as it was
Canada.
in the news report, is because of the potential to misuse these laws to impose control on the population of the country. The people that are really regarded as terrorists, we know this because they use techniques, personnel, agencies, technology that have previously been used on terrorists on domestic populations now. It's common, it's global, it's ubiquitous. A good example of a domestic population being treated as terrorists is January 6th. Was that a protest or was it an insurrection? Certainly people have done pretty lengthy jail sentences, in some cases, for simply practicing their right to protest and maybe going a bit over the edge.
Well, a decision from a federal appeals court could potentially affect the sentences of dozens of January 6 rioters. A court ordered a new sentence for a man from Grapevine who stormed the Capitol, saying the judge wrongly applied an enhancement that made his sentence longer. The U.S. Attorney's Office says that same enhancement has been applied in more than 100 other January 6 cases.
What this story essentially is that the law, even as written, has been misused in this instance, and people have served undue sentences. Really, they want to make an example of people, didn't they? They've realised, hold on a minute, if this demographic, like working class...
Because it's the opposite is what's happening. They're emboldening people to go, oh, we should have been there for that insurrection. That should have been me. And then if they don't do it, if they don't make an example of somebody, that they probably will be bigger next time. That's my assumption of what they're doing.
Served undue sentences. Really, because they wanted to make an example of people, didn't they? They've realised, hold on a minute, if this demographic, like working class, blue-collar people, significant portion of the population becomes disobedient, we got a serious problem, because guess what? We need those people to be in our police force, we need those people to be in our army, we need those people to control themselves. So we better really make an example of them. I'm reminded of like about 10 years ago in this country, there were riots and there was a load of looting and stuff like that. And what was weird is they started it in London as a response to the death of a man in police custody in Tottenham, North London. But then they sort of spread and they were happening all over the country. So it's almost like this discontent had a kind of contagion or meme appeal. I think part of the function of the...
This is why we can't. This is why they cracked down in the first place. This is why we can't protest. This is why we can't strike. This is why we can't gather. This is why freedom of assembly is a right in our First Amendment that is so important. We have freedom of assembly. I don't need your fucking government king's permission to be in my friend's house talking about the revolution. This is the Revolution Party. We're all here. We're separatists. We all believe in secession, and we're gonna gather and talk about it. I'm pretty sure that's allowed. Freedom of assembly. But maybe you'd be a traitor or a terrorist, and so that would be superseded by being a terrorist or a traitor. But that right in the First Amendment, it's not one that we talk about. We're talking about free speech, but what Russell's talking about here is the freedom to go outside and be pissed off. This is the Loveland cop. It's not actually illegal to be yelling at somebody outside. They didn't do anything wrong yet. He's just mad.
To control themselves. So we better really make an example of them. I'm reminded of like about 10 years ago in this country, there were riots and there was a load of looting and stuff like that. And what was weird is they started in London as a response to the death of a man in police custody in Tottenham, North London. But then they sort of spread and they were happening all over the country. So it's almost like this discontent had a kind of contagion or meme appeal. And I think part of the function of these systems that we're currently losing our faith in, institutions of democracy and media, are about ensuring that we don't
I don't, the democracy problem is we have, short of, this is Ralph Nader gave me hope. We don't have to start all over. We don't need a page one rewrite. We don't need a revolution. We don't need a coup d'etat. We don't need separatism. We don't need the South to rise again. We don't need a Lone Star State to break off. What we need is to use the systems that are already in place to bring about the change we want. We already have a Congress. We already have representative democracy. If we need new laws, we just need to put representatives in there who represent us. It's already built in. But I suspect most people don't even know who Ralph Nader is and are not convinced by that, and do think that our institutions of democracy are not functioning, to say the least.
appeal. And I think part of the function of these systems that we're currently losing our faith in, institutions of democracy and media, are about ensuring that we don't all spontaneously just go, oh, this is working, isn't it? Should we start really playing up? So whenever something a bit off colour happens, like January the 6th or the riots in my country, the institutions fire up. Suddenly, they work really quickly. Have you ever tried to get a permit to, like, I don't know, cut a tree or mend something or get some tax that you owe? We'll be back to you in 6 to 12 to 18 months. If you could write to this person, if you could fill in a form. Try filing a Freedom of Information Act request to see how long it takes for the government to tell you how much they've been spying on you, as I've been doing lately. It ain't like, right, here you go, there's your information, let's go make it rain. Start breaching a few velvet ropes in the capital, suddenly the institution of government moved pretty quickly. So Canada introducing and applying for these new laws, Ireland asking for these new laws, UK passing these laws, EU wanting to pass these laws. It tells you something. They're gearing up to control you.
If the ruling stands, defendants who have not completed their prison terms may push for new sentences.
He's not doing 70 pages. He's dressed up a little bit paramilitary. But hey, if dressing up was a crime, I'll tell you who would be in prison. Justin Trudeau. As you know, we're very careful to select partners that we know you're going to love. And today I couldn't be more excited to tell you personal challenges of my deep faith.
I mean, that is the big problem with the insurrection, right? The thing that the right doesn't want to talk about, the thing that actually makes this so scary, is that they're paramilitary. These guys are going to gun club after church on Sunday. They're in a little crew where they all dress up. Are they dressing up like clowns? No, they're dressing up like soldiers. And Trump says, stand back and stand by, like he controls this little paramilitary army of his. Because it seems like he does. That's the problem. He says, okay, I don't agree with the election results. Paramilitary, advance! Paramilitary, storm the Capitol. Paramilitary, don't let them go through the process of legally installing a new leader. I'm the leader. Stop them. That's the fear. That's the problem. That's the scary part of all this. Trump has very proud boys with guns standing right behind him.
Hello.com/brand and join me in joining the Pray 40 challenge. I've already bought the app myself. I'm not going to be able to take advantage of that offer, but you should. God bless you. Let's get back to the video. Canada's Justice Minister Arif Virani has advanced a highly controversial bill named Bill C-63, proposing comprehensive new legislation aimed at addressing online hate speech. The bill covers 7 types of harmful material, from content sexually exploiting or re-victimizing children and survivors to content promoting violence and extremism, but it also outlaws online hatred, so-called hate speech, and forms of deepfakes. Also, they're doing the classic bureaucratic bunch together, where they take something that anyone would agree with. For example, if there is a requirement for new legislation to protect children, I'm sure everyone, except for some real, let's call them out there characters, will be totally down with, yeah, laws that protect children from predators and menace. Get those laws done. But notice how they bunch it together.
But how are you a predator online? I'm a Saudi prince. I'm trying to get you to give some money so that, you know, I get you to send your nudes to me. A predator online? It's I don't know. But you know, maybe this is just not being a parent. I'll ask Damati. Are you afraid? You have 3 girls. Are you afraid of predators online? Not they found your daughter and they've encroached on your life and now they're predators IRL. Now they're predators in the physical space of your world, but they're online. They're on your. You can't access them unless you turn your computer on or your phone on. And they're predators. Are you afraid of this? How could they be predators if they're blocked by cyberspace? They would have to steal my money or steal my image, my body image. And both those I'll have to give them to them. And I could be stupid because I'm a child and it's naive, and that's the problem. They're too naive. But that means they're probably too young to be on this space, isn't it? That doesn't mean we need to... that's like saying all bars need to be regulated because to protect the children. Well, the children aren't supposed to be in the bars. Don't bring the children into the bars. Then we don't need laws to protect the children in the bars because they shouldn't be here. This is for adults. We're drinking. We're flirting. We're fucking around. This isn't for children.
Towards globalization and the inability for countries to democratize. That's what's interesting and important. Let's separate the issues at the front of this, like child safety, from some of the issues like free speech. In an attempt to decrease the prevalence of harmful content, this legislation puts the onus on online platforms.
Harmful content? Predators making harmful content. Anybody wanna explain that in regular English for me? Predators are making harmful content. That's the problem. Cultural Marxists? And then you gotta tell me what is harm? Psychologically, emotionally, obviously. They're not getting bruised from these predators' harmful content. Something is harming their minds. Something is harming their emotions. But they're not telling me what is the harm. They're the predators with their harmful content. That doesn't mean anything to me. I have no idea what that could be. What's harmful content? If we go back to 2014 and it's ISIS convincing the Western women Muslims to join the caliphate, or the Western men Muslims to join the caliphate, now okay, that might be harmful. They're tricking them. They're using religion to trick them. We can protect them. And it's already kind of mind control-y, but it's understandable. I don't know what a predator's harmful content is. I don't know how they are a predator. This language is so... It's supposed to be legal language, but I don't know I don't know the legal definition of harm. I don't know the legal definition of predator, because in this context, there is no harm. There is no predator This is a weird way to speak. I'd pick way better words than this to explain what's going on.
Just pushed through on the slide. Also, we
And
don't
me
need
pick
anyone
the words.
criticising Justin Trudeau or the use of the Emergency Act or the freezing of the bank accounts or the tendency towards globalization and the inability for countries to democratize. That's what's interesting and important. Let's separate the issues at the front of this, like child safety, from some of the issues like free speech. In an attempt to decrease the prevalence of harmful content, this legislation puts the onus on online platforms to be accountable and transparent about how they handle such content. Platforms like social media and live streaming services.
They will never be, because they decided in 2014 that all the algorithms are going to be invisible instead of open source. They said, no, it's actually intellectual property, and I'm keeping the software in the voting machines, the software in the apps that you're using, the software that the predators making harmful content are using. It's a secret. I'm not going to show you what's going on. That's the right of Google. It's not the right of a cop or a customer to see. It's private business intellectual property. Well, it wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be open source. That was the promise that you broke. And you hurt my feelings. I wasted my life chasing you guys who are hiding their code behind business patents and law, as if the police are protecting your little fucking electric chips. And it's not even that. It's the space. It's the internet. It's not even the personal property. It's this digital property. I barely understand land ownership. I barely understand property ownership. I definitely don't understand intellectual ownership. And I definitely don't understand cyberspace ownership. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You've gone off the deep end. It's already kind of hard to understand owning anything to me. You're a steward of the earth. You're borrowing everything you have. You're not Pharaoh. You don't get to take this to the next life. This is all just the clothes on my back, the house I'm sitting in. This is stuff I'm using in while I'm here, but it's not mine in the sense that it's a part of me, in the sense that I own it. It's under me. I'm the leader of my stuff. It's hard to understand at all. But then you take that to ideas. I own the idea. Then you take this to, well, I own the 20-second video I made, or I own my Facebook profile. I own the profile. He owns Facebook, but I own my profile. I mean, it's just it's ununderstandable. It's bananas. It's banana talk. I can't conceptually wrap my head around that. I'm too far gone. My brain's wrong for that.
The bank accounts or the tendency towards globalization and the inability for countries to democratize. That's what's interesting and important. Let's separate the issues at the front of this, like child safety, from some of the issues like free speech. In an attempt to decrease the prevalence of harmful content, this legislation puts the onus on online platforms to be accountable and transparent about how they handle.
Accountable and transparent to whom? The government. The people who they should have been accountable and transparent to the whole time. They're the masters of free speech. They're the arbiters of truth. They're the ones censoring everybody, but they're not telling you why or how. And we let them do that to our president. Why? Well, the principled reason was it's their business, it's their ownership, it's their choice, it's their terms of service, it's their lawyers, it's their rules. But that is a Wild West, which is libertarian business, laissez-faire. That's what they like. That's what they want. I want my business to not have regulation, meaning laws. I don't want to be accountable and transparent to anybody. I want to do good business, which means I'm secret and not accountable to anybody except for me and my shareholders. My board of directors. That's who I'm accountable to, not the government. Do you guys know what harmful content on the internet is? Conceptually, could you find it could you find it if you saw it? If I gave you 3 A, B, or C, pick the harmful content. Could you do it, or do you have an idea on what that might be? I mean, I can't even. Harmful to me means I cut your arm off. I punched you in the face. I stole your woman. I stole your stuff. I fucked up your life. Maybe I sterilized you. That's very harmful. Harmful online. I had a reputation, and they went on my Facebook reputation and ruined my Facebook reputation. It was so harmful. I wanted to go online to look for the news, but instead I was bombarded with tits and vaginas, and it was so harmful. I wanted to buy a sweater off Amazon, but when I put my credit card information into the internet, it was stolen by hackers. It was harmful. I was harmed because they stole my money. Harmful content? I don't even know what that is. Snuff? It's harmful to the person in the video, I guess. It's psychological harm. It's emotional harm, which isn't a thing. It's a thing in the court. I take it to court. Emotional harm, psychological harm. It's gotta be. I made content that created psychological harm, such as hate speech, such as even in my worst imagination, something Nazi, something Klan. The Klan is making content. The Nazis are making content. It's very racist. Is it harmful? It's not. It's not. It's free speech. You don't have to watch it. You can change the channel. You can pick whatever you want to watch online. Or you could not use the internet. This is all voluntary. Nothing is compulsory, and nothing is harming you. The way I think of harm, they're using a very diluted, feminine, emotional, psychological grounds to say I'm being harmed. I don't understand the harm. I don't understand how content can be harmful categorically. I mean, when I look on pornography websites and I look up humiliation and they give me cuckold after cuckold after cuckold, pages after pages after pages of cuckold content, I think this is kind of harming me. And this is not what I meant by humiliation, but you're harming me with this content, I think, maybe, or psychologically, or emotionally, or sexually, or something. Not physically, for sure. Not financially, for sure. You're not exploiting my labor.
Child safety from some of the issues like free speech. In an attempt to decrease the prevalence of harmful content, this legislation puts the onus on online platforms to be accountable and transparent about
Oh,
platforms like social media and live streaming services are included under the legislation's online services.
Platforms like social media and live streaming services. Yeah, I couldn't imagine what else you could possibly mean by the internet at this point. Platforms like social media and live streaming services, yeah, and you know, Wikipedia and my doctor's app. That's pretty much what we have for the internet today. We have MMORPG. We have MMORPG still. That is the internet. That is a way I engage with other people on the internet that is not social media or live streaming services. But there really aren't that many. I can't think of any others besides maybe a video game. That is all of the internet would be social media and live streaming services, I guess. I mean, YouTube would be considered social media.
They handle such content. Platforms like social media and live streaming services are included under the legislation's online services umbrella.
Not like you use it, but like I use it in social media.
It's the new emergence of a new phenomenon. They're like, oh no, there's whole new markets. This is probably related to the total collapse in trust and use of legacy media outlets. They're realizing, oh no, it's moving quicker than we can. Quick, trap it, stomp it down, sit.
I just don't have access to legacy media. I have the internet. I pay my internet bill. I have a cell phone. I pay my cell phone bill. I have Roku. I have Hulu or Netflix. Sometimes I don't have them. And without all three of those things lining up, I don't have NBC. I don't have ABC. I don't have Fox. I don't have CNN. I don't have MSNBC. I don't have C-SPAN. I can't watch it anymore. Unless I'm under my grandfather's roof where he's paying $110 to DirecTV or Dish Satellite or whatever the fuck to get us access to the legacy media, I don't have access to it. I don't read newspapers. I don't have magazine subscriptions. And without the television, I have no access. And I suspect most Zoomers don't care to seek it out. I said, well, that's fake news.
Censor it, control it, surely. The bill would also create
Right.
a standalone hate crime offence that would apply to every offence in the criminal code and in any other act of parliament, allowing penalties of up to life in prison to denounce and deter this hateful conduct as a crime in itself, the briefing.
Hateful conduct, harmful content, predators, online. Anybody? Hateful content. You censor pejoratives on the client side. I can't even post a pejorative as far as hateful conduct or harmful content. I can't post you stupid anything. It won't send. It'll say, watch your mouth. I remember this being a fear during the Trump presidency. Not that it actually happened. Maybe it did happen a little bit. But they were afraid that Trump was promoting political violence. And and his supporters were causing harm. And they were going to get violent with a certain type of people that would be considered hate violence, or you know what I'm trying to say without saying it? I don't know. The classification of hate crime in and of itself is already kind of weird. And now you're taking it to verbal crimes. And then you're taking it to verbal crimes over cyberspace. And it seems like it was barely even a thing to begin with. Hate crime, hate speech. And now it's 2 or 3 degrees separated from the original concept. It seems diluted to begin with. How are you going to prosecute hate speech? I mean, I can guess. It's as AI gets better, as the algorithms get smarter, as your online profile gets more centralized, and they know what type of person you are, what type of shit you say, I can guess how this is going to be policed. But don't we have bigger problems than hate on the internet? Oh my fucking god, guys. You know what America's problem is in 2024? The kids are so hateful online. We're all, this is, come on. Our social managers are losing to infiltrators. And so they're trying to change their diaper in front of us all without us knowing what they're doing. This is incompetence. This isn't safety. This is we're losing. And we have to do something. Then we have to explain it by giving you bullshit that doesn't make sense, because we can't tell you what we're really doing because we're losing.
Quicker than we can. Quick, trap it, stomp it down, censor it, control it. Surely. The bill would also create a new standalone hate crime offence that would apply to every offence in the criminal code and in any other act of Parliament, allowing penalties of up to life imprisonment to denounce and deter this hateful conduct as a crime in itself, the briefing explained. Well, that's actually confusing. Standalone hate crime offence that would apply to every offence in the criminal code. So it seems to me like they're creating a bit of legislation that seems quite diffuse, oddly amorphous, and could be applied, it sounds like here, to any other law. Also, you did that hate crime. It sounds like they're trying to find ways to shut down dissent and control information, which is obviously something we're seeing a lot. The proposed law would also raise the maximum punishments for the 4 hate offences from 5 years to life imprisonment for advocating genocide, and from 2 years to 5...
The 4 hate offenses for advocating genocide, like kill all Straw Hats, Naruto fans, Reign Supreme. Is that, did I do it? Did I break the law? The word policing stuff is just, I mean, we can parody this all day. You will find slang to get around this. You cannot, this is impossible. This is impossible to police ideas like this. Advocating genocide. What if you're pro-Israel and you hate the Palestinians? I mean, if we had a secret Muslim president, well then I got you, motherfucker. You're advocating genocide. Do you see what I just did? This is a word game. We cannot be playing word games as far as crime goes. This is scary. This is scary to me. I can do this all day long. I could do this just accidentally, and I can do it ironically, and I can do it seriously. I mean, advocating genocide seriously. Maybe like the demons, you know, the extraterrestrial demons, the interdimensional demons, or the aliens or the moon Nazis. I advocate the genocide of those people. I have to find somebody who's evil incarnate, and then I advocate the genocide of those people. You see what I did? This is good. This is impossible to really do. I think, but maybe their AI algorithm they've already figured it out. We just have to codify it into the law. But technologically speaking, I know how to do this. I know how to censor everybody's speech.
So it seems to me like they're creating a bit of legislation that seems quite diffuse, oddly amorphous, and could be applied, it sounds like here, to any other law. Also, you did that hate crime. It sounds like they're trying to find ways to shut down dissent and control information, which is obviously something we've seen a lot. The proposed law would also raise the maximum punishments for the 4 hate offences from 5 years to life imprisonment for advocating genocide, and from 2 years to 5 years for the others when persecuted by way of indictment. It's interesting that there's a new law being introduced.
What are the other 3 hate offenses? The most serious was advocating genocide. This is already the law. But they're raising the punishment because they have people who are guilty who they want to punish a lot. They have a lot of people who are on the verge of maybe doing something like advocating genocide with their speech, and they want to deter that by increasing the punishment to scare you into not doing it. It's got to be one of those two. They're either about to punish a ton of people for this and they want to increase the punishment before they do that, or they want to deter a bunch of people who are on the verge of doing this by increasing the punishment to scare them into not doing it. It's life imprisonment if you advocate for genocide. Oh, then I'm not gonna. 5 years, I was like, I'll go for it, but then life imprisonment, no. Keep my mouth shut. It's far-fetched. The idea of deterring people by making the crime severe is far-fetched anyway, but I'm deterred by making things illegal, period. It seems like you guys, or maybe the criminal mind, or maybe the average mind, is more deterred by the punishment. Well, if the punishment isn't that bad, I don't care if it's illegal. I don't care if it's wrong, as long as the punishment is just the first circle of hell or whatever. I'll go for it. But if it's the 7th circle, then I'm not gonna do it. That's too much punishment. To me, that I never make decisions based on the punishment, but I guess sometimes I do, or maybe the average person does more often than I would give them credit for, than I'd like to admit.
For the others when persecuted by way of indictment. It's interesting that there's a new law being introduced. Like, people might say stuff or type stuff about a genocide, but that isn't the same as doing a genocide. And given that we are living through what many people regard to be a genocide right now, why the hell are Canada more interested in people advocating for genocide than people actually?
Well, I don't know, Russell. It's a good question. The people who are advocating for genocide now are the good guys. They're the Jews. They're our friends. We wouldn't prosecute them. We would say, go ahead and scream loud and proud how the Palestinians deserve this. Spread the meme. Let people know. But the fact that this is already a law and they're just increasing the punishment for this law, maybe it's the first one. I'm about to prosecute a ton of fucking people for this advocating genocide stuff as soon as it goes towards whatever. It personally makes me upset. Ukrainians or whatever it is. Advocating the genocide of Ukrainians. That's when I'm really mad. Not the Palestinian stuff.
If you're doing a genocide, get your missiles! Get your missiles! You don't even have to pay, actually, because we'll make money by replenishing our previous stocks. And if people are saying, oh, those people should be stamped out, like, so, which isn't the kind of thing that's very nice to say, there's something that gets said, and I don't think should carry a life sentence. The Liberal government states that the bill's proposed regulations centre on the platforms most frequented by Canadians. However, the specifics will depend.
I'm not sure there's anything you could say that deserves a life sentence in prison. Well, you come up with the most infuriating criminal speech you could possibly think of. What could it be that would deserve a lifetime of imprisonment? I mean, we could just get you a little bit of re-education. Something is wrong. Something is about to, this feels like a lot of new things are happening all at the same time. It feels like something big's about to happen.
People are saying, oh, those people should be stamped out, like, so, which isn't the kind of thing that's very nice to say. There's something that gets said, and I don't think should carry a life sentence. The Liberal government states that the bill's proposed regulations centre on the platforms most frequented by Canadians. However, the specifics will depend on whether these platforms meet the eventual user thresholds. Over time, the government may hold other platforms accountable if these platforms end up posing a significant risk of harm. So they've built into it the possibility that people will just go, oh, stop using that platform, it's over-regulated, start using this one. We're on a platform that is free speech absolute, and that platform, therefore, suffers unduly. That's why you should support us on that platform. That's where we make our daily content, that's where you can support us, become a member. Additionally, Bill C-63 proposes establishing a censorship organisation which will oversee digital safety issues. Oh, I bet they will. Where are they going to draw those people from? How is it going to be funded? What will their tastes be? What their inclinations and political affiliations be? We just know that we've lived through the two most censored events in history. The COVID-19 pandemic, heavily censored incorrectly. It has been retrospectively admitted.
Kind of establishment on that, asked for a bunch of things to be censored that in retrospect ended up being more debatable.
I was watching Mark on Lex. I quote this all the time. This is when I quote the 18 Noble Arms was this interview. Well, we all know the 18 Noble Arms, and I police them, and the FBI tells me to police them, and we do it basically together, even though we're completely separate, and I'm not affiliated with the government at all, but they're watching me, and they tell me what to do, and I listen to them. They tell me to deploy the terrorist defense squad, and I do it. I would have innovated, but I was so busy policing terrorism with the FBI. Why are you doing that, Mark? Why are you, Mark Zuckerberg, policing terrorism online? It doesn't, that's not, you shouldn't be doing that. You're supposed to be making little profiles for people and building cyber experience. You're not supposed to be policing anything. It's just so... Does McDonald's have its own laws? When you walk into McDonald's, the laws of the country don't work, it don't matter anymore, and the law of McDonald's reigns, and as long as you're in the establishment of McDonald's, their terms and services are what matter, their lawyers are what matter, their court is what matters? No! So why did we do that for the tech people? Because we're idiots. Because we don't want to do government. Because they're a party that doesn't believe in government. Because both parties now think, well, we'll just have the oligarchy run things. We don't need legislation. We don't need laws. We don't need to fix immigration. We don't need to police the tech people. Oh man, my back is crazy.
Events in history. The COVID-19
Crazy.
pandemic, heavily censored incorrectly. It has been retrospectively admitted.
Kind of establishment on that, asked for a bunch of things to be censored that in retrospect ended up being more debatable, or...
The establishment. Who is that? The FBI. That's what he means. The establishment asked me to censor a bunch of things that in retrospect they probably shouldn't have, but they were the FBI. So I listened to them. But now as the CEO of my company, in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have listened to them. They kind of bullied me into doing something that I shouldn't have listened to them to do. That's why you shouldn't be in charge. It should be a private decision, up to you. Why are you ordained? What is your intelligence that I don't have? What's your perspective that I don't have? Why can't I be the decider of the arbiter of truth and who gets censored? Why not me? Why you? Because you're good at business? Because you're good at technology? You're not good at law. You shouldn't be in charge of the law. It's that fucking simple, guys.
Retrospectively, the establishment on that, asked for a bunch of things to be censored that in retrospect ended up being more debatable or true.
And the current ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia and its mysterious origins, not to suggest again, as I always say, that the Ukrainian people dying in a war is a terrible thing. But the fact is information is already being heavily controlled. If you facilitate that further, you're playing into the hands of a system that's already heading in that direction. Highlighting the Trudeau government's action.
Establishment on that, asked for a bunch of things to be censored that in retrospect ended up being more debatable or true.
And the current ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia and its mysterious origins, not to suggest again, as I always say, that the Ukrainian people dying in a war is a terrible thing. But the fact is information is already being heavily controlled. If you facilitate that further, you're playing into the hands of a system that's already heading in that direction. Highlighting the Trudeau government's actions during the
Well,
pandemic.
he controls free speech in America. So you're exactly right, Russell. He is playing into the hands of people who are already doing that. He's part of the problem. He's a censorer. He's in bed with the government who are censorers. They're aligned. They agree. They work together.
People dying in a war is a terrible thing. But the fact is information is already being heavily controlled. If you facilitate that further, you're playing into the hands of a system that's already heading in that direction. Highlighting the
What
Trudeau
did that have to do with Ukraine? He brought up Ukraine, and I was kind of like, whoa, okay. What are the mysterious... First of all, what are the mysterious origins of the Ukrainian war? Something with Biden and Burisma? I'm asking. That's a question.
actions during the pandemic. Poilievre remarked Justin Trudeau that anyone who criticised him during the pandemic was engaging in hate speech. This statement underscores a fear that the governments might use the proposed legislation to silence dissent in various scenarios. I think that's almost inevitable. What Trudeau's doing in Canada should tell
Literally the
everyone in
point.
the Western world who cares about being free from government tyranny, censorship and disinformation.
Should terrify everyone in the Western world who cares about government tyranny, censorship, and free speech.
That's because Trudeau is pioneering a new way for governments to take control over the information environment, spreading disinformation and demanding censorship that is similar but different to efforts we are seeing in places like California, Australia, and New Zealand. It's truly a global issue. It appears to be built around a pre-agreed global structure. No doubt when they have these conferences, WEF for example, agreements like this are refined, suggested, and a kind of consensus is agreed upon. Otherwise, why would this be happening? People across the Western world were rightly alarmed when Trudeau invoked for the first time in Canadian history the Emergency Measures Act and froze bank accounts of people who had simply donated to the truckers' cause. Trudeau's crackdown on the Freedom Convoy protesters was followed by efforts to regulate and control the internet. His Online Streaming Act and Online News Act gave the government expansive new powers to regulate what happens and what you see online. The atmosphere created by Trudeau and his party is completely
As opposed to the private sector business people who are trying to get you addicted and take all your money. And that's what we have now. So you should be really afraid of the government doing it who isn't going to give a fuck about your money. It's going to care about your mind. They're going to try to trick you into believing in America or some stupid shit. But they're not going to try to get you addicted or try to take all your money, which is what we have now. So this seems better to me. I would rather have government tyranny than this fucking pig rule shit. That's what we already have. God forbid somebody come in and make those people follow the law.
People across the Western world were rightly alarmed when Trudeau invoked for the first time in Canadian history the Emergency Measures Act and froze bank accounts of people who had simply donated to the truckers' cause. Trudeau's crackdown on the Freedom Convoy protesters was followed by efforts to regulate and control the internet. His Online Streaming Act and Online News Act gave the government expansive new powers to regulate what happens and what you see online. The atmosphere created by Trudeau and his party is completely upending Canadian society, leading to the persecution of his detractors and limiting speech and expression.
The atmosphere created by Trudeau and his party is completely upending Canadian society. It was Trudeau? I think that might have been Peterson.
Internet. His Online Streaming Act and Online News Act gave the government expansive new powers to regulate what happens and what you see online. The atmosphere created by Trudeau and his party is completely upending Canadian society, leading to the persecution of his detractors and limiting speech and expression. If we see more laws like this, we will see more problems like this. And as we keep illustrating and reiterating, it's happening everywhere. Have you not noticed that our politicians seem similar, seem to have a similar agenda, seem to be funded in similar ways, seem to have comparable interests, even right down to their hobbies, haircuts, dress sense, and global conferences that they attend? In looking to defend minorities and promote culture, Trudeau's Liberals are everything they once feared. They are authoritarian.
He's being sweeping. He's making sweeping accusations. But I do this all the time. I go, oh, look at Mr. Dye, dressed up like a present under the Christmas tree. What am I talking about? I'm talking about, isn't it cute how they have all the same haircuts and go to the same parties and have the same ideas?
Have you not noticed that our politicians seem similar, seem to have a similar agenda, seem to be funded in similar ways, seem to have comparable interests, even right down to their hobbies, haircuts, dress sense, and global conferences that they attend? In looking to defend minorities and promote culture...
It reminds me of, like, about 150 years ago, the Asian generals started taking their portrait in garb that looked like Western generals. Why? Well, because they started going to the same meetings, getting the same haircuts, talking to the same people. They looked like fucking Mongolian leaders until about 150 years ago, and now they all look like Western generals, the military leaders. What happened? This stuff.
Seem to have a similar agenda, seem to be funded in similar ways, seem to have comparable interests, even right down to their hobbies, haircuts, dress sense, and global conferences that they attend. In looking to defend minorities
the same
and promote
ideas.
culture, Trudeau's Liberals are everything they once feared. They are authoritarian, anti-democratic, and illiberal. And what's happening in Canada is not separate from what's happening in the US, Europe, and Brazil, but intimately connected to those nations. Trudeau isn't so different from President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, Governor Gavin Newsom, and most other Democrats in the US. The difference is that he's ahead of them. Yes, and if you consider, say, the truckers' protests, and then consider the events of January 6th, and even something like the burgeoning support among truckers in New York, these, I imagine, are actually the issues that they would like to address with new legislation. I actually don't think they care that much about protecting your children. Certainly, there are many rumours that there are many in the political class that have the exact opposite view. According to Justin Trudeau and his Liberal Party supporters, he and their party are the party of compassion for vulnerable people, freedom and Canadian culture. Liberals care, in their view, while Conservatives don't care. Trudeau has proclaimed his loyalty to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And when the Liberals introduced their social media reforms legislation, they said the goal was to promote Canadian culture, ensure the sustainability of the news industry, and guarantee we heard from Mark.
When Liberals introduced their social media reform legislation, they said the goal is to promote Canadian culture. What? The only thing I can think of is, in the mind of the person writing that, they're thinking, stop cultural Marxist culture, and they change that to promote Canadian culture or something like that. How does social media reform legislation as a goal promote culture? It must be dampening a foreign culture. That must be what she means. Because law doesn't promote culture no matter what. I mean, how could I don't understand what she's saying is dampening of foreign. We're legally getting rid of all this non-Canadian culture going on, and we're promoting our culture in a negative sense by removing the foreign culture.
Trudeau has proclaimed his loyalty to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the Canadian Charter of...
It's the only way I can make sense of the sentence. I'm paraphrasing with my own words here. I'm putting words in his mouth in a sense, but I can't understand what it means without doing that. It's doublespeak. It's written and then rewritten and then rewritten and then coded.
Canadian culture. Liberals care in their view, while Conservatives don't care. Trudeau has proclaimed his loyalty to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And when the Liberals introduced their social media reforms legislation, they said the goal was to promote Canadian culture, ensure the sustainability of the news industry, and guarantee we heard from marginalised voices. But a government cannot claim to care about the vulnerable or about freedom while freezing the bank account of the...
Protecting the news. Promoting Canadian culture. Protecting the news. Do you feel the clue? Do you smell this? Do you have a raging clue like me? Let's follow my clue.
Boys, he and their party are the party of compassion for vulnerable people, freedom and Canadian culture. Liberals care in their view, while Conservatives don't care. Trudeau has proclaimed his loyalty to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And when the Liberals introduced their social media reforms legislation, they said the goal was to promote Canadian culture, ensure the sustainability of the news industry, and guarantee we heard from marginalised voices.
And guarantee we hear from marginalized voices. Yeah, that's not exactly protecting the kids, is it? It's doing something else. You're doing something else. I just can't tell what it is. I see what you're doing. I can't see why, and I can't see who's the real enemy.
United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Predators?
When the Liberals introduced their social media reforms legislation, they said the goal was to promote Canadian culture, ensure the system...
Harmful content? I don't even know what those words mean in this content. Or harmful content, I don't know what that means at all. Maybe like a do-it-yourself garage nuke is harmful content. How to kill your wife in 10 days and get away with it or something, that's harmful content. I don't know what harmful content is. I've never seen any. I've never seen any content on the online that harmed me unless it was my girlfriend on Facebook. And that type of harm is emotional and psychological. It wasn't physical. She didn't physically harm me. She hurt my feelings. She hurt my feelings. I logged on to the internet and I saw my girlfriend doing X, Y, and Z and it hurt my feelings. And it was harmful. It was harmful content. She wasn't a predator. And it wasn't, it didn't need to be policed by the government. That's for fucking sure. It probably just never needed to happen at all. My life would have just been better without Facebook, but it didn't need to be policed. It needed to be eradicated. It needed to have never existed in the first place. It needed to be intelligently designed so that my little 16-year-old heart could use the platform without melting down. That would have been nice. It didn't. That's the type of harm that I wish the tech oligarchs could have protected me from. That's the type of space in which I wish my sexual development had been unmitigated by technology and ubiquitous social interaction, ubiquitous social ties, ubiquitous social time. I'm never alone. I never have. Somebody's always watching what I'm doing. Somebody's always seeing what I did this weekend. There's always someplace I need to go next weekend. And that's all seen by my social network. And I think that's harmed me. It harmed my sexual development, harmed my acquaintance slash friendship slash business relationship slash family. It's all messed up, and the harm that was perpetrated came from the technology, not the predators, not the harmful content, except just having the technology itself. I think was the harm. It wasn't my 16-year-old girlfriend. It wasn't the Russians. It wasn't the lack of the fascist police telling everybody what they can and cannot say online. It was just the fact that I had Facebook at all as a 16-year-old, and my girlfriend cheated on me, and now everybody in my social network gets to look at that. That was the harm. That was the harm. Now we all have that, and we're all living with that, and that sucks. And maybe we'll grow as people sexually and develop as humanity. We won't be so puritanistic. We won't be so we won't be so prudes, because we've all grown up with all this sex and all this cheating and all this watching everybody's relationship fall apart. And I saw the night that girl kissed that boy, because it was posted on, we all saw it, and now we're sending it to each other. It's the soap opera is in your phone now. Maybe that will make us grow up. Maybe that'll make us more mature. For me, I feel like it made me retarded. I felt like it held me back. I felt like the technology was the problem. I felt like my girlfriend not being able to put her cell phone down was the problem. She needs it to go to the bathroom. That's the problem. It wasn't the police. It wasn't the Russians. It was the technology itself. It wasn't intelligently designed. It was built to make her addicted to it. She needed it every day. I needed it on my bed. I needed it in the bathroom. I needed it in my hand. It's more important than my purse. That was the problem. It was built. I'm gonna go on Crystal and Sagar's show and explain to the masses. The phones are addictive. Somebody has to say it. Jack Dorsey. Yeah. It's not the predators and the harmful content. It's the 16-year-old has the phone. It's your 10-year-old girl has Snapchat and the selfie pole and I mean, what the fuck did you guys build? What did you do? You could have made anything. You could have made anything. You made us little cameras that connect to each other with cables. So now I'm doing a show where we talk about politics, and you're doing child exploitation on your Snapchat because that's what they gave us. I mean, I feel like I have to be the idea smith for these guys. Like they don't have any. There's nobody in research and development. Everybody's in marketing and HR. Nobody has a new idea. Everything's about sales and not getting sued.
Sustainability of the news industry and guarantee we heard from marginalised voices. But a government cannot claim to care about the vulnerable or about freedom while freezing the bank account of a single mother working on a minimum wage job, as Trudeau's government did.
Can, did, will, continue. Do it all the time. They can't? They did it. They already did it.
And when the Liberals introduced their social media reforms legislation, they said the goal was to promote Canadian culture, ensure the sustainability of the news industry, and guarantee we heard from marginalised voices. But a government cannot
Ensure the sustainability of the news industry. Well, that's not free market. The news used to be immune from profits because it wasn't considered a profit-making show. But then Fox News hit the block, and everybody went, "Oh my God, we can just opinionate our whole news," and people love this. They want that. And so everybody started doing that. Everybody got a political lens, a political stance, a political perspective, and garnered an audience with a similar perspective and started delivering the news from that perspective. If that falls to the wayside in a capitalistic system where it can't compete with Facebook news, because I really just want to see what my aunt did last Thursday, I don't care what the news is, why are you propping it up? Because it's propaganda. Because it's state propaganda. Because it's how I disseminate information. Because it's how I get people to agree with me. It's a form of mind control. I can't let it fall. It's part of the system. I'm not going to let it go because of capitalistic who cares? It's part of the state apparatus. I'm not going to let it go. That's why.
Boys, he and their party are the party of compassion for vulnerable people, freedom and Canadian culture. Liberals care, in their view, while Conservatives don't care. Trudeau has proclaimed his loyalty to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And when the Liberals introduced their social media reforms legislation, they said the goal was to promote Canadian culture, ensure the sustainability of the news industry, and guarantee we heard from marginalised voices. But a government cannot claim to care about the vulnerable or about freedom while freezing the bank account of a single mother working
Can, did, and will.
as Trudeau's government did. Nor can the government claim to care about the vulnerable or freedom while trying to regulate the internet to prevent further protests and challenges to Trudeau's government. Trudeau constantly splits the population into liberal angels and conservative devils who either believe in liberal climate policy or are a climate denier, according to Trudeau. You either mask up and vax out or are putting lives at risk. You either support the radical demands of trans activists or you hate sexual minorities.
Sexual minorities? You mean the women? Sexual minorities? Who the fuck are you talking about? It's like English is my second language starting in 2019. Everybody just started speaking in a funny way. It had to have been something that happened to me medically. Sexual minorities? That's a nonsense term. What the fuck does that even mean? Women? I guess it means trans. I guess it means hermaphrodite. I don't know what it means. Sexual minority? What the fuck is that? A child? Sexual minority. In this context, the context clues are the gay people, I guess.
See, or are a climate denier, according to Trudeau. You either mask up and vax out or are putting lives at risk.
That's 100% true. That's real.
Trudeau's actions aren't about social progress. They're about
I just don't see how this is left. The communists are left. The Soviets are left. This is about faggots. It's like I got left behind politically. It's like I got sent into a time machine 100 years from now, and I'm like, okay, well, what's leftist politics? And they're like, fag stuff. And I'm like, oh, what happened? What? We got our economic rights, and everybody's just, our material conditions are great, and resources were redistributed, and the bourgeoisie was taken down, and everybody was liberated from the owner class? No, we just got distracted.
the sustainability of the news industry and guarantee we heard from marginalised voices. But a government cannot claim to care about the vulnerable or about freedom while freezing the bank account of a single mother working on a minimum wage job, as Trudeau's government did. Nor can the government claim to care about the vulnerable or freedom while trying to regulate the internet to prevent further protests and challenges to Trudeau's government. Trudeau constantly fundamentally splits the population into liberal angels and conservative devils. You either believe in liberal climate policy or are a climate denier, according to Trudeau. You either mask up and vax out or are putting lives at risk. You either support the radical demands of trans activists or you hate sexual minorities. Trudeau's actions aren't about social progress, they're about power and control. Trudeau embodies many of the traits of left-wing authoritarian.
Imagine like a leftist politician just demands that the issue of the day is food stamps. I'm so fucking pissed about food stamps, and I'm gonna campaign forever about food stamps, and I'm gonna let everybody know that the food stamps aren't enough. We need more food stamps for the poor. Now that's leftist. Now you're being a leftist. I don't think that's politically salient. I don't think that's going to land for 51% of the voting bloc, so that's probably not what a politician would say, because the poor don't vote. But that is leftist politics. I don't know what this is. This is culture. This is social norms. Duck Dynasty over here doesn't want to acknowledge trans whatever. People drinking the martinis or hanging out at the beach or whatever the fuck they're doing on the coast, their kid is trans. Their uncle is trans. They do want you to do that. It's just the culture. It's just your culture. Why we're litigating this over politics is divisive, not unity, not cohesion. Maybe that's the Russian plot. They're trying to divide us from over fag shit. They're trying to break America apart over fags, guys, and we're letting them. Some of this is leftist failures, political leftist failures. Some of it is just the right picking on people. Maybe in the moment you don't feel that, but in 2018 when we were doing gay marriage, it maybe didn't feel like the right was picking on the gays at the time either. But when we went 10 years before that, when we were doing Don't Ask, Don't Tell with George Bush, it probably didn't feel like the right was picking on the gays at that time either. And when we were doing bathroom stuff, who can go into which bathroom, it probably didn't feel like the right was picking on the gays at that time either. But this is all just wasting my life in the political sphere, wasting our time in the political sphere, talking about gay stuff, talking about sex. This shouldn't be politics. This is like... a trick. It's a trick. It's probably being played by both sides. I mean, I remember living in a county that was all red, in a state that was all red, and everybody thinks that men wearing dresses is funny, not serious. It's a joke. It's meant to be a joke. And if you're doing it seriously, you need to go pray the gay away. You have some sort of mental disease. You're confused. You're retarded. You're been raised wrong. You're probably molested. You're sexually confused, to say the least. Deviant, to say the most. But that was cultural. That was cultural. All the dads didn't want to have gay sons. the fifth graders used faggot on the block like it was a big F-bomb. This was a huge pejorative that people would say, like the N-word, in a group of 10-year-olds, 12-year-old boys. I really wonder how the playground is today. What kind of words people are throwing around as pejorative. They feel more sexual. I mean, faggot, I guess, is sexual. But it's simp, or it's, I don't know. I don't know what to call a whore, or a girl who's garnishing a lot of attention. Attention whore would probably be the word. She's an attention whore. She's everything she's doing is for attention.
Raising the bank account of a single mother working on a minimum wage job. Trudeau's
Probably not the word they're using on the blog, on the playground.
Freedom while trying to regulate the internet to prevent further protests and challenges to Trudeau's government. Trudeau constantly splits the population into liberal angels and conservative devils. You either believe in liberal climate policy or are a climate denier, according to Trudeau. You either mask up and vax up or are putting lives at risk. You either support the radical demands of trans activists or you hate sexual minorities. Trudeau's actions aren't about social progress, they're about power and control. Trudeau embodies many of the traits of left-wing authoritarians.
How many parties are there in Canada? Isn't there 3? They have a Liberal, a Conservative, and then a Labour Party? Am I crazy? I have no idea really. I wouldn't bet money on that. That's a guess.
So you hate sexual minorities. Trudeau's actions aren't about social progress.
It came to mind because this is just politics. Of course, the head politician is going to define everything in terms of my side are good and their side is bad, and you should vote for us and you should not vote for them. That's everybody does. Everybody's going to do that. But if you have 5 parties or 7 parties, it might be harder to do that. That was my thought, because there is no us and them. There's 7 of us. There's 6 of them. So you can't really draw lines like good and bad without saying these 3 and these 4 are bad or something like that. It'd be so much harder to do angels and devils, I think. But I think they have 3 parties in Canada. A Liberal, a Conservative, and then a Labour, I think.
Liberal climate policy or are a climate denier.
Peterson has talked about this.
Or are putting lives at risk. You either support the radical demands of trans activists or you hate sexual minorities. Trudeau's actions aren't about social progress, they're about power and control. Trudeau embodies many of the traits of left-wing authoritarians. All authoritarians support censorship and submission. They tend to believe this is necessary because in their minds the population is naive and cannot be trusted. Perhaps this
Who believes that?
mission. They tend to believe this is necessary because in their minorities. Trudeau's actions aren't about social progress, they're about power and control. Trudeau embodies many of the traits of left-wing authoritarians. All authoritarians support censorship and submission. They tend
Left-wing authoritarian. Who are the left-wing authoritarians? Stalin and Mao? This is probably like Mao, Trudeau, and then Stalin, maybe. Left-wing authoritarian, I don't know what that means. I think it means Stalin and Mao. I don't know.
embodies many of the traits of left-wing authoritarians. All authoritarians support censorship and submission. They tend to believe this is necessary because in their minds the population is naive and cannot be trusted. Perhaps
I don't know about naive, but authoritarians, yes, by definition, are not going to give people any political power.
all authoritarians support censorship and submission. They tend to believe this is necessary because in their minds
But they probably do that because they're afraid of the population. They think they're maybe naive, but also something to be afraid of.
all authoritarians support censorship and submission. They tend
Why
to believe
they're
this is necessary because
demanding
in their minds the
submission
population
and
is
censorship.
naive and cannot be trusted. Perhaps this focus on children is an unconscious declaration of the more deep intent at play. But we are all regarded as children, insomuch as we are denied the right to true autonomy, in the way that a child has to be protected, in the way that any parent would take personal responsibility, if they can, for the welfare of their children, rather than deferring that to the state, particularly when it seems that the state do not truly understand the power that they're playing with and in whose hands they are truly placing this power. When they create diffuse laws that bundle together the safety of children online, the elderly online, when they're not euthanizing them at the first sign of sniffles, and the control and removal of hate speech, which impedes on rights which are necessary in democracy, when they say that democracy is the thing they prize above all else. So,
imagine it's 1880, and we have Twitter, and we have national laws that say, well, suddenly you cannot have hate speech. It's like, well, wait a second, we're going through abolition. How can we not talk about this? It's bananas. The criminal speech is bananas. How are we supposed to have political development? How is history supposed to unfold if we can't speak?
do these new laws in Canada protect you, or do they prevent you from being autonomous and free, having free speech and your rights as an adult citizen? Do these laws that are being passed across the world that bear very similar inflections and contain very similar clauses that are similarly diffuse and could be similarly exploited indicate that whether you are in the United States of America or Brazil or the UK or Ireland, you are now being subject to new measures of control, precisely because in these online technologies we have the ability for new, true diversity and true representation. I think that's what they fear most of all. But that's just what I think. Why don't you let me know what you think in the comments and chat? Remember, you can become a supporter.
Context. Look up the January 6th U.S. Capitol attack. What? Interview with Elon and Bobby J. What do you guys think about Bobby J? Where his relevance is not. Elon likes him. This is the second one. If this has really happened, this is the second one I've seen. I will have seen. How do we get here? Skype call. Tucker wants more government-funded architecture, services, transit.
If you're going to pretend to be the guy who's giving the finger to entrenched power, you should do it once in a while. And he never has. There's not one time when he said something that would be deeply unpopular on Morning Joe. That's all I'm saying. So don't call yourself a truth teller. You're
At the time, I mean, Jon Stewart, sorry about Jon Stewart, they're feuding. Jon Stewart was against the war at a time where people were saying, well, what are you against the troops? Don't you support the troops? And he had to throw nuance up into the air and go, well, I'm against the war. I want to bring the troops home. So, would that have been deeply unpopular on Morning Joe in 2003? Yes. So, I don't think that's very fair, Tucker. But is that fair in 2024 when we're talking about COVID and Jon Stewart? Maybe. Maybe. Though I distinctly remember him going on Colbert and going, we're talking about the Wuhan lab virus that came out of the right next to the Wuhan lab coronavirus research facility. I wonder what happened. So, that's kind of truth-telling on Colbert's show when he was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I trying to stop his joke. I had to get up and go talk to the camera instead of Colbert because he wouldn't let him tell his joke. I don't know. I don't agree with this, but they are feuding and Tucker's throwing his shot, and comment down below what you think. Tucker's just stronger now. he has a lot more game, or a lot more rep, a lot more credence to throw lobs at Jon Stewart now in a way that 20 years ago he didn't really have. So I think that's why it sounds like he's kind of right, because today he is kind of right, but yesterday, which is what we're talking about, I don't think. I mean, I still respect Jon Stewart.
I haven't said a lot of dumb things, and one of the dumbest things
For the things he did at the time he did them.
on our set lecturing me. He's a moralizer, which I also just don't really care for.
That's true.
As an aesthetic matter, but he was lecturing me about something, and I said, I thought you were here to tell jokes, which I shouldn't have said.
I mean, one thing I was really surprised with was Tucker Carlson's interview of Vladimir Putin. He was being a moralizer. He was saying, well, aren't you if you're such a good person for invading Ukraine to protect the Russians, why didn't you just do it? Why weren't you just a good person on day one of your presidency? As if to say, if you're making these decisions because of morals, why weren't you consistent with your morality at the beginning, which is moralizing? But is Jon Stewart a moralizer? Yeah, that's true. That's fair. So are you.
I haven't said a lot of dumb things, and one of the dumbest things I ever said was when he was on our set lecturing me. He's a moralizer, which I also just don't really care for as an aesthetic matter, but he was lecturing me about something, and I said, I thought you were here to tell jokes, which I shouldn't have said, because he wasn't there to tell jokes. He was there to lecture me, and I should have just engaged it directly rather than trying to diminish him by, like, you're just a little comedian. Well, he doesn't see himself that way. But I would just say this. Jon Stewart's a defender of power. Like, Jon Stewart has never criticized. Like, what's Jon Stewart's view on, the aid we've sent to Ukraine? The $100 billion or whatever. Like, what happened to that money? What happened to the weapons that it bought? He doesn't care. He has the exact same priorities as the people permanently in charge in Washington. So, whatever. He's not alone in that. So does Mika Brzezinski and her husband and all the rest of the cast.
But Mika, that's very different than Jon. Mika is the daughter of a general. Mika is a military daughter. So yeah, she's for the war, always.
They're dummies, but if you're going to pretend to be the guy who's giving the finger to entrenched power, you should do it once in a while. And he never has. There's not one time when he said something that would be deeply unpopular on Morning Joe. That's all I'm saying. And so don't call yourself a truth teller. You're a court comedian or a flatterer of power. Okay, that's fine. There's a role for that, but don't pretend to be something else.
Colbert and Jon Stewart may have moved more towards the court jester side rather than the gutter comedian side, but when I grew up listening to them in their prime, they were not that way. So I don't know. I think that's true today, but I don't think that was always true. Or more true today
Watched it just recently.
than it was true in the past.
From 20 years ago?
From 20 years ago, I watched it initially, and I remember it very differently. I remember that Jon Stewart completely destroyed you.
I remember him completely destroying you, and both of you, but especially you, Tucker, because you were on the right. And the Crossfire is a right person and a left person fighting the whole time. And but I also remember it being kind of embarrassing. Like, it felt like it was humiliating. It was kind of embarrassing for you guys. But yeah, and completely destroying you, for sure.
In that conversation, and I watched it. And
That's not what happened?
You asked a very good question of him, which was, there was no destruction, first of all.
Okay. Should we go watch it?
Question of him, why, when you got a chance to interview John Kerry, did you?
did you play softball? And his answer is, because I'm a comedian. You're a serious news anchor. My show comes on after Crank Anchors. Okay, we're not in the same tier. I'm here saying you're doing America a disservice because you should be. I'm picking up the slack when y'all lag. I shouldn't be doing interviews with John Kerry after Crank Anchors. You should be doing the Americans a favor and having a show that politically educates them. Oh boy. You already knew what I wanted. This is for the Zoomers. They never seen this. Destroys. I want to watch 20 minutes. I want to watch 2 minutes. I was watching Kyle's show and I thought I could do his show better than him, so I dropped out of college and did. Sam Cedar. I used to listen to the radio shows because they're long form and I needed content. I was so desperate for any content. So political content and just people talking was prime content. When I was working in the factory, I needed something in my ear all the time. And this is kind of what I was looking for. This is really long. Maybe I don't want to watch this. I feel bad for you Zoomers though, because you probably do. But I'm sorry. I just want to watch the legs.
I've already seen softball questions.
He's gonna explain it. It's like it's the interview digested by Lex.
Well, I'm just a comedian.
So I thought that was disingenuous, and I never have watched a clip one time in my life, and I don't like to watch myself on television. I never have. So, and that's my fault, and I probably should force myself to watch it, though. Of course, I never will. But I think the takeaway for me, which was really interesting and life-changing, was I agree with your assessment. I've lost a lot of debates. I've been humiliated on television. I'm not above that. It certainly happened to me. It will happen again. But I didn't feel like it was a clear win for him at all. Maybe a TKO, but it was not a knockout at all. And yet it was recorded that way. And I remember thinking, well, that's kind of weird. That's not what I remember. And then I realized, no, Jon Stewart was more popular than I was. Therefore, he was recorded as the winner. And that was hard for me to accept because that struck me as unfair. You should rate any contest on points. Like, here are the rules. We're going to judge the contest on the basis of those rules. And now, in the end, it's just like the more popular guy wins. Every TV critic liked Jon Stewart. Every one of them hated me. Therefore, he...
At the time, it's hard to remember how we looked at these characters. Tucker Carlson is bow tie. Jon Stewart is a comedian. We think of him now as a political legend, but at the time, he was just doing a stupid little fake news show. I mean, SNL does this too, like the fake news or whatever they do. And what happened was John went on Tucker's serious show and started playing serious political cards, making sense, while Tucker was trying to play games and turn everything into a joke. And that's why he looked so... That's why John felt like he was winning so much, because he was our expectations of Jon Stewart at the time where he's gonna come, he's gonna make a bunch of jokes, and Tucker's gonna try to pin him against the wall, and Jon Stewart's gonna be too slippery to get hit because he's making jokes, he's making light of the situation. It was the exact opposite. The hosts were trying to be light and fun and tell jokes to the comedian, and the comedian was like, "You're a disappointment. You've ruined America." And I have to pick up the slack on my little cartoon show on Comedy Central because you guys aren't doing news.
One, and I was like, wow, that, I guess I have to accept that reality. And you do. Like,
Oh.
the reality of the sunrise, you just have, you're not in charge of it. So that's just what it is.
Unfortunately, it's a bit darker. I think the reason he's seen as the winner, and the reason at the time I saw as the quote-unquote winner, is because he was basically shitting on you, like personal attacks versus engaging ideas. And it was funny in a dark way, and like making fun of the bow tie and all this kind of stuff. And like, I understand.
And it was fair to call me a dick. I remember he called me a dick, and I remember even when he said that, I was like, yeah, I'm definitely a dick. Yeah, and that's not my best quality, trust me. But also, to be
We do have to watch it.
I thought Jon Stewart came off as a giant dick at that time, and I'm a big fan of his, and I think he has improved a lot. So
that makes it true.
We should also say that like people grow. People like
I certainly have, or change anyway. You hope it's growth. You hope it's not shrinkage. But
Tired of weak and boring lighters? Meet this new incredible Fire Force lighter. This new incredible electric dual arc torch.
My control console is not good. Control panel. Control panel is shit. Okay, well now maybe we do have to see what the hell they're talking about. But this way will put your spirit under the seats. I don't remember Crossfire being filmed over a live studio audience. I guess it was. It's ancient. It's hard to even. Secretary of State after he lost. This is so ballsy. Go on their show and say their show's shit. So they're trying to make jokes, and he's like, this is a move that every comedian now plays ubiquitously, no matter what type of comedy they do. But at the time, this was a hell of a move. Oh, you can't compare me to you. I'm not you. I'm not a news guy. I'm a comedian. I'm doing a comedian show. And my show comes on after South Park. Your show is what we're turning into to figure out who we should vote for. And you're letting us down. How's your wife? I don't watch anything based on the network it's on unless it's on the platform I'm watching, which is Netflix. But yes, at the time I was watching Cartoon Network, I was watching Comedy Central, I was watching Sci-Fi, I was watching History Channel, I'm watching Net Geo, I'm watching VH1, I'm watching MTV, I'm watching G4, I'm watching Channel 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 9 is PBS, I think. I have to go to the publisher, the network, to get the show. Now I don't do that. I watch TV completely different. I'm sure everybody does too. But at the time, you're not going to Comedy Central unless you're fucking looking for a joke. You want to laugh. I want to watch Blue Collar Comedy Tour. I want to watch South Park. I want to watch Crank Yankers. I want to watch Daily Show. It was all... They were all put in a group together. That's not really how I watch TV now. When I pick a show, it's not in the group it's in is the category. I'm watching dramas. I'm watching telenovela. So it gives me all the telenovelas. It doesn't give me everything on MTV. It doesn't give me all the other shows on MTV. It gives me all the other shows like this show. It's just so different. How I look, because I guess the point is, if Jon Stewart's show was only accessible on Netflix and it was decoupled from the Comedy Central network, maybe I would look at it as more serious, or would have. But at the time, it was a joke. It was a joke. It was a place to go out to laugh. I want to watch him make fun of Bill O'Reilly. He's gonna roast Bill O'Reilly. It's gonna be really funny. Now people go to Jon Stewart like, come on, man, cut through the shit here, and let's get to some real truth here. But at the time, it was make me laugh. Tucker, you're so far already. Just have to catch up so much. See why he's winning? He won the crowd. He's making them laugh.
To the public discourse. And you failed miserably. You need to go to one. The thing that I want to say is, when you have people on for just knee-jerk, reactionary talk, I thought you were going to be funny. Come on. No, I'm not going to be your monkey. I watch your show every day, and it kills me. I can tell you what. It's so painful to watch. You know, because we need what you do. This is such a great opportunity you have here to actually get politicians off of their marketing and strategy. It's someone who watches your show and cannot take it anymore. I just can't. It's like to have dinner with you. It must be excruciating. Do you like lecture people like this when you come over there? Lecture when they're not doing the right thing, they're missing their opportunities, evading their responsibilities. If I think they are, yeah. I wouldn't want to eat with you, man. That's horrible. I know, and you won't. But the thing I want to get to is naked pictures. Yeah, we did. No, let's get to those. Why can't we just talk, please? I beg of you guys. I think you guys are first crossfire. We're gonna take a quick. No. Look, hold on. We've got commercials. Please. Please stop. In the rapid fire. Please. Hopefully he'll be here. We hope. Thanks. And then,
Holy shit. Wow. That was worse than I remember. It was not funny. Okay, well. Let's see what was the news at the time. The soldiers don't want to fight in Iraq. Not labeling the antidepressants correctly. Also vulnerable to bioterrorism. Of course we were. Of course we were. Oh my god. Whoa. Does that feel like a wink from the past? Antidepressant drugs. We're kind of passing those out, maybe not informing people what they're like. soldiers don't want to go to war in Iraq. Also, we're weak to bioterrorism. Vulnerable. Oh my god. This is politics. I'm gonna be the better leader, so I'm gonna say what it takes to win, and then when I get there, I'll do what the right thing. But I'm just going to. I need to get 51% of you to agree with me. So I'm gonna say what it takes to get the ends justify the means here. This is election. This is democracy. This is how we do it. Wow, this is uncomfortable, right? No wonder their show does that. It's daytime television. Can you fucking believe it? Okay.
Renee from Texas. Why do you think it's hard or difficult or impossible for politicians to answer a straight, simple question?
I don't think it's hard. I just think that nobody holds their feet to the fire to do it, so they don't have to. They get to come on, shows that don't. They're too easy on them? Yeah.
Oof. Is John being kind of a dick? Yeah. Aggressive? Yeah.
Some points. Like, here are the rules. We're going to judge the contest on the basis of those rules. And no, in the end, it's just like the more popular guy wins. Every TV critic like Jon Stewart, every one of them hated me, therefore he won. And I was like, wow, I guess I have to accept that reality. And you do, like the reality of the sunrise. You just have,
He won because the audience was laughing at John Moore. You guys were playing jokes. And I understand with your format, oh my god, you're on air for 3.5 minutes. You must get 4 lines. They need to be funny. I get it, but man. That's why he won. You were playing who can make the audience laugh more against a comedian. And it was 2-on-1. He took you both.
You're not in charge of it, so that's just what it is.
Unfortunately, it's a bit darker, I think. The reason he's seen as the winner, and the reason at the time I saw as the quote-unquote winner, is because he was basically shitting on you, like personal attacks versus engaging ideas. And it was funny in a dark way, and like making fun of the bow tie and all this kind of stuff. And like,
personal.
I understand.
And it was
Was it personal? I mean, personal would be Tucker, you're rich. That's why you like the right politics. That's the only reason you're on here is because you're rich. Your daddy was Republican. That's why you're here. That's personal. I don't think that's what he was doing. He was saying you guys are not being professional enough. You're being partisan.
He called me a dick. I remember he called me a dick, and I remember even when he said that, I was like, yeah, I'm definitely a dick. Yeah, and that's not my best quality, trust me.
But also to be kind of, I thought Jon Stewart came off as a giant dick at that time, and I am a big fan of his, and I think he has improved a lot. So
that makes it true.
We should also say that like people grow. People like
I certainly have, or change anyway. You hope it's growth. You hope it's not shrinkage. But so
Well, Tucker was 35 on Crossfire. Holy shit! I got a year to get to Crossfire level.
off from all that stuff. But so I wouldn't really know. But the measure to me is: are you taking positions that are unpopular with the most powerful people in the world, and how often are you doing it? It's super simple, not for its own sake, but do you feel free enough to say, to the consensus, I disagree. And if you don't, then you're just another toady. That's my view.
Well, I think he probably feels free enough to do it, but you're saying he doesn't do it.
On the big things, look. The big things, this is my estimation of it. Others may disagree. The big things are the economy and war, okay? The big things government does can be, a lot of things government does. Government does everything at this point. But where we kill people and how and for what purpose, and how we organize the economic engine that keeps the country afloat, those are the two big questions. And I hear almost no debate about either one of them in the media. To say, to the consensus, I disagree. And if you don't, then you're just another toady. That's my view.
Well, I think he probably feels free enough to do it, but you're saying he doesn't do it.
On the big things, look. The big things, this is my estimation of it. Others may disagree. The big things are the economy and war, okay? The big things government does can be, a lot of things government does. Government does everything at this point. But where we kill people and how and for what purpose, and how we organize the economic engine that keeps the country afloat, those are the two big questions.
For a nationalist. For economic and political isolationists. Those are going to be your two big things. Who's Tucker worried about on Crossfire? Leadership? I guess. How much? They were defending. He was talking to John. He was defending himself from John more than talking about his politics.
Popular with the most powerful people in the world, and how often are you doing it? It's super simple, not for its own sake, but do you feel free enough to say, to the consensus, I disagree. And if you don't, then you're just another toady. That's my view.
Well, I think he probably feels free enough to do it, but you're saying he doesn't do it.
On the big things, look. The big things, this is my estimation of it. Others may disagree. The big things are the economy and war, okay? The big things government does can be, I mean, a lot of things government does. Government does everything at this point. But where we kill people and how and for what purpose and how we organize the economic engine that keeps the country afloat, those are the...
How we organize the economic engine that keeps the economy afloat. Because my first question is, well, how does the government control the economy? Well, it controls the economic engine that keeps the economy afloat, like with its regulations and laws, I think, and subsidies and taxes.
Popular with the most powerful people in the world, and how often are you doing it? It's super simple, not for its own sake, but do you feel free enough to say, you know, to the consensus, I disagree? And if you don't, then you're just another toady. That's my view.
Well, I think he probably feels free enough to do it, but you're saying he doesn't do it.
On the big things, look. The big things, this is my estimation of it. Others may disagree. The big things are the economy and war, okay? The big things government does can be, I mean, a lot of things government does. Government does everything at this point. But where we kill people and how and for what purpose and how we organize the economic engine that keeps the country afloat, those are the two big questions. And I hear almost no debate about either one of them in the media. And I have dissenting views on both of them. I'm mad about the tax code, which I think is unfair. I don't think we should be... In fact, we have a carried interest loophole in the tax code, and people are claiming that their income is investment income, and they're paying half the tax rate as someone who's supposed to work every day. It discourages work. It encourages lending at interest, which I think is gross, personally. I'm against it. Sorry. And the fact that we're creating chaos around the world, like, it's the saddest thing that's happening right now, and nobody feels free to say that, so it's not good.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine?
Nobody feels free to say that we shouldn't have war. Come on, man. Who's defending the Ukrainian war in 2024? I guess it probably are still some people, huh? Are the Palestinians wiped out yet?
Right now.
What a settlement. A reasonable settlement.
Did we win?
Settlement is, which is a settlement, you know, where both sides feel like they're giving a little but can live with it. And I mean, I was really struck in my conversation with Putin by how he basically refused to criticize Joe Biden and to criticize NATO. And it is, I will just be honest, as an American, it would be a little weird to be like pissing on Joe Biden with a foreign leader, any foreign leader, even though I don't think Joe Biden is a real person or really president. I think it's ridiculous.
I don't remember him even naming the president of our country, but I do think I remember him shitting on NATO in some way, bad-mouthing NATO. I think Tucker asked him, what was the inciting incident that started the war? And he said it was NATO coup 2014. I think, but maybe that wasn't quite right either.
But still, he is the American president, technically, and I don't want to beat up on the American president with a foreign. Just don't. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, so that's how I feel. So I didn't push it, but I thought it was really interesting. And because, of course, Putin knows my views on Joe Biden. He knew I applied to the CIA, so they've done some digging on me. And but he didn't mention it, and he didn't attack NATO. And the reason is, I know for a fact, because he wants a settlement. And he wants a settlement not because Russia's about to collapse, despite the lying of our media. That's just not true. And no one is even saying it anymore because it's so dumb. He wants to because it's just bad to have a war. And it changes the world in ways you can't predict. People die. Everything about it is sad. And if you can avoid it, you should. So I would like to see a settlement where, look, the thing that Russia wants, and I think probably has a right to, is not to have NATO missiles on its border. I don't know why we would do that. I don't know what we get out of it. I just don't even understand it. I don't understand the purpose of NATO. I don't think NATO is good for the United States. I think it's an attack on our sovereignty. I would pull out of NATO immediately if I were the U.S. president, because I don't think it helps the U.S. I know a lot of people are getting their bread buttered by NATO. Anyway, that's my view as an American. If I'm a Russian or a Ukrainian, let's just be sovereign countries now. We're not run by the U.S. State Department. We're just our own countries. Like, I believe in sovereignty. Okay, so that's my view. And I also want to say one thing about Zelensky. I attack.
He believes in protectionists. He's an economic protectionist, military protection. We shouldn't be involved in these foreign wars, in these economic disputes. Now, the nice way of saying that is, I believe in sovereignty. I believe in everybody should be sovereign. The end.
Before, because I'm so offended by his cavalier talk about nuclear exchange, because it would kill my family. I'm really offended by that. Anyone who talks that way, I'm offended by. But I do feel for Zelensky. I do. He didn't run for president to have this happen. I think Zelensky's been completely misused by the State Department, by Victoria Nuland, by our Secretary of State, by the policymakers in the U.S. who've used Ukraine as a vessel.
Who's our current Secretary of State? Blinken. Victoria Nuland. I have heard Jeffrey Sachs go off on her many times. I don't exactly know how she's involved in all this, but I know people who know that she's involved with this and they don't like it. Tucker's now on that list.
For their ambitions, their geopolitical ambitions, but also many American businesses who've used Ukraine as a way to fleece the American taxpayer. And then by just independent ghouls like Boris Johnson are hoping to get rich from interviews on it. Like the whole thing, Zelensky's at the center of this. He's not driving history. NATO and the United States is driving history. Putin is driving history. There's this guy, Zelensky. So, I do feel for him. And I think he's in a perilous place.
Do you think Zelensky's a hero for staying in Kiev? Because I do.
No.
I mean, you can criticize a lot of things. You should call out things that are obviously positive.
I just tried to a second ago. I don't know the extent that he is in Kiev. He seems to be in the United States an awful lot, like way too much. You can do a satellite interview. You don't have to speak to my Congress. You're not an American. Please leave. That's my opinion. But
first off, if you haven't made money with AI yet, don't worry. AI.
It's a dime.
No, it's just heartfelt. It's bubbling up from the wellspring that never turns off. But I would say this about Zelensky. Yeah, to the extent he's in Ukraine, good man. George W. Bush fled Washington on 9/11. I lived there with 3 kids, and he ran away to some Air Force base in South Dakota. And I thought that was cowardly, and I said so at the time. And I attacked for saying that. And I wrote a column about it in New York Magazine, where I had a column, hard to believe. And but I felt that. Like I think the prerequisites of leadership are really basic. The first is caring about the people you lead. It's number one. Deep in the way of
I used to think this when I was 12. Well, you're the leader. Why aren't you at the front of the army leading the charge? It's like, well, because I'm the leader. I have to be at the back of the army, guiding everybody, sending them at the places they're supposed to be, so we win. Duh. Maybe that makes sense to my 12-year-old self. Yeah, be courageous. Get out there and fight. You're the leader. But it doesn't really make sense.
President should care for his people. And that leads inexorably to the next requirement, which is bravery, physical courage. And I believe in that. And I'm not like some tough guy, but I just think it's obvious if you're in charge.
You're going to fight personally? Then he probably shouldn't be there.
I'm not going to say to my wife, hey, baby, go deal with the home invasion. I'm going to deal with it, because I'm dad. Okay, so
yeah, because you're going to go physically do it.
Capital city is attacked, as ours was.
This is pig-headed Bushido shit. This is what gets us in trouble.
Bitch, are you in charge? Like, who's daddy here? The Secret Service?
That type of thinking is going to get us in trouble. Good thing you're not in charge of war.
Man, did I get a lecture. Not myself in that position. I was like, okay, I don't know what I would do under that kind of stress.
You protect the king. It doesn't fucking matter if your king is courageous.
You can't do that. And if you're not willing to die for your country, then you shouldn't be leading it. So, yes, if Zelensky really is in Ukraine most of the time, amen.
Well, hold on a second. Let's clarify. It's not about whether he's in Ukraine most of the time or not.
I thought that was the whole premise of the...
No. At the beginning of the war, when a lot of people thought that the second biggest military in the world is pointing its guns at Kiev, is going to be taken. And a leader who stays in that city says, fuck it. When everybody around him says flee, says everybody around him believes the city will be taken, or at least destroyed.
Good choice.
Or leveled, artillery, bombs, all of this. He chooses to stay. You know a lot of leaders.
They're raining artillery down. I'm the leader. The enemy's at the front gate. I'm going to stay. I don't think that's courageous. I think that's stupid. Unless you're Goku. Unless you're gonna stand there and fight with the other Z fighters and literally take them down. What are you doing? How is that courageous? It's just stupid. You're the leader. If you're a private, if you're conscript, okay, and then you're brave, I guess. If you're not running, but you have to protect the leader. Duh.
How many leaders would choose to stay?
Well, the leader of Afghanistan, the U.S.
Am I stupid?
Got in a U.S. plane with U.S. dollars and ran away, and of course is living on those dollars now. So yeah, there's a lot of cowardly behavior.
Strategic retreat.
I guess I'm looking at it slightly differently, which is
Ran away.
option. You're the leader of the country. You can't leave. Like Stalin never left Moscow during the war. It was surrounded by the Germans, as you know, for a year, and he didn't leave. And when I was in Russia,
Brave.
it's like, yeah, he's the leader of the country. I mean, like that's just table stakes, of course. I would say,
Weird.
but you raise an interesting, by implication, question, which is,
Doesn't it feel who's braver, Zelensky or Stalin? What are we doing?
what about Kiev? Like, you think the Russians couldn't level Kiev? Obviously they could. Why haven't they? They could, but they haven't.
Well, there's military answers to that, which is urban warfare is extremely difficult.
Do you think that Putin wants to take Kiev?
No, I do think he expected Zelensky to flee.
It's not difficult to knock down a building with a bomb. Our artillery is bombs from the sky. I'm putting. It's like these are. Who even knows what artillery in 2024 is? Oh my god! I'm thinking mortar. I'm thinking missiles off the back of a truck or something. Artillery in 2024. My god, it could be drones.
And somebody else to come into power.
Yeah, that may be true. I don't.
Guided.
I
don't know.
I have no idea what Putin was thinking when he did that about Zelensky. I didn't ask him, but it's a mistake to imagine this is a contest between Putin and Zelensky. This is Putin versus the U.S. State Department. I mean, Zelensky. That's why I said I felt sorry for him. I mean, as I said, we're literally paying the pensions of Ukrainian bureaucrats. So there is no Ukrainian government independent of the U.S. government. And, maybe you're for that, maybe you're against it, but you can't endorse that in the same sentence that you use the term democracy, because that's not a democracy, right? Obviously.
Well, that's why it's interesting that he didn't really bring up NATO extensively.
He wants a settlement. He doesn't want to fight with them rhetorically. And he just wants to get this done. And he made a bunch of offers at the peace deal, and we wouldn't even know this happened if the Israelis hadn't told us. I'm so grateful that they did. That Johnson was dispatched by the State Department to stop it, and it's like, I think Boris Johnson is a husk of a man, but imagine if you were...
Israelis told us that? Wait, what? What did he just say?
Test between Putin and Zelensky. This Putin versus the U.S. State Department. I mean, Zelensky, and that's why I said I felt sorry for him. When, as I said, we're literally paying the pensions of Ukrainian bureaucrats. So there is no Ukrainian government independent of the U.S. government. And, you know, maybe you're for that, maybe you're against it, but you can't endorse that in the same sentence that you use the term democracy, because that's not a democracy, right? Obviously.
Well, that's why it's interesting that he didn't really bring up NATO extensively.
He wants a settlement. He wants a settlement. He doesn't want to fight with them rhetorically. And he just wants to get this done. And he made a bunch of offers at the peace deal. And, you know, we wouldn't even know this happened if the Israelis hadn't told us. I'm so grateful that they did. That Johnson was dispatched by the State Department to stop it. And it's like, I mean, I think Boris Johnson is a husk of a man. But imagine if you were Boris Johnson and you spend your whole life with Ukraine, flag pin, I'm for Ukraine, and then all those kids died because of what you did. And the lines haven't really moved. It hasn't been a victory for Ukraine. It's not going to be a victory for Ukraine. It's like, how do you feel about yourself if you did that? I mean, I've done a lot of shitty things in my life, and I feel bad about them. But I've never extended a war for no reason. Like, that's a pretty grave sin, in my opinion. You know?
Yes, that was a failure. It doesn't mean you can't have a success over and over and over, keep having negotiations between leaders.
Well, the U.S. government's not allowing negotiations. And so that, for me, is the most upsetting part. It's like, in the end, what Russia does, I'm not implicated in that. What Ukraine does, I'm not implicated in that. I'm not Russian or Ukrainian. I'm an American who grew up really believing in my country. I'm supporting my country through my tax dollars. And it's like, I really care about what the U.S. government does because they're doing it in my name. And I care a lot because I'm American. And we're the impediment to peace, which is another way of saying we're responsible for all these innocent people getting dragooned out of public parks in Kiev and sent to go die. Like, what? That is not good. I'm ashamed of it.
What do you think of Putin saying that justification for continuing the war is denazification?
I thought it was one of the dumbest things I'd ever heard. I didn't understand what it meant. Denazification?
It literally means what it sounds like.
You know, I have a lot of thoughts on this.
What does he mean?
I hate that whole conversation because it's not real. It's just ad hominem. It's a way of associating someone with an evil regime that doesn't exist. But in point of fact, Nazism, whatever it was, is inseparable from the German nation. It was a nationalist movement in Germany. There were no other Nazis, right? There's no book of Nazism. Like, I want to be a Nazi. What is it? What does it mean to be a Nazi? There's no idea. There's no Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf is not Das Kapital, right? Mein Kampf is like, to the extent I understand it, it's like he's pissed about the Treaty of Versailles. Whatever. I'm very anti-Nazi.
Wait, what? What? Do that again.
I'm ashamed of it.
What do you think of Putin saying that justification for continuing the war is denazification?
He's saying Nazism is not an ideology, it's a political movement. Unlike Das Kapital, which is a book about communism, which is a political movement. No, it's an ideology. Das Kapital would be about communism, which is about an ideology. Nazism, that's a party. Being a category here. I don't exactly know what the Nazis believe, but I think it was more than the Versailles and German nationalism. There was other stuff going on in that. Something with mythology? Something about anthropological cyclical reoccurrence or something like that? Anybody here read Mein Kampf? Is it about the Treaty of Versailles? What's he talking about? Is he talking about Germany? Is he talking about the Jews? Is he talking about the Treaty of Versailles? What's he talking about? Nazism. I'm pretty sure it's about racial supremacy. Am I crazy? So communism is what? About economic equality? Or equity? Or what? However you might redefine what I'm trying to talk about here. But Nazism, that's about supremacy. We're better than the Slavs. We're better than the Jews. We're better than the Jehovah's Witness. They need to be subjugated under the political structure that we have, but not the political structure is a means to the end of racial supremacy, not the other way around. We're not getting racial supremacy as a means for political control. Or are we? Or is that what they were doing? We're going to trick everybody into thinking that it's about race, but really this is just about politics. We're just trying to be the leaders of the German nation. This is just about Germany. This isn't about an ism. There's no ideology here. We're a party. I'm tricky. I mean, I'm you. I have an ideology. Everybody does, but it's not. Ideology is not first. The power is first. I'm trying to get to the ends is power. The ends is leadership. The means is racial supremacy. I always thought of it as the opposite. The goal is racial supremacy. The means is taking over the state and implementing it through state power. But which is it? If it's the first one, then maybe Tucker's right. If it's the second one, then he's definitely not right. Is Nazism an ideology, or is it a political movement? This is a political movement. This is incredibly relevant. We're about to watch Trump sweep Super Tuesday, so this is important if he has an ideology or if this is just a cult of personality. Which one the nationalists are susceptible to psychologically is important, I think. Or is there some sort of protect the nation that's going on here? Is there some sort of white people are the best going on here? Or is this just Trump is hilarious and cool and smart and rich and he's the smartest leader and he tells it like it is and he's just saying what I believe. He's just saying what I'm thinking. He's just saying out loud what I'm not saying. He's saying out loud what I'm thinking. It's opening my eyes. I'll certainly question Nazism more, as maybe it's not an ideology. What do you even believe? Is this just like a Hitler thing? Is this just like a Third Reich thing? Germany's great. We got to protect Germany. Fuck France. Go Germany. Or is this like a... No, 2,000 years ago, the gods descended upon the Viking land and bestowed the race of the whites the superior power of the earth. And is that what you're doing? What are we doing?
Nazification? I thought it was one of the dumbest things I'd ever heard. I didn't understand what it meant. Denazification?
It literally means what it sounds like.
You know, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I hate that whole conversation because it's not real. It's just ad hominem.
Well, he thinks it's real. He looked you right in the eyes and said, Tucker, can I be honest with you? I fucking hate Nazis. I hate them. I hate them. And I'm going to get rid of them. And we're going to prosecute them at a legislative level. And we're going to denazify the zone. And I don't believe in a country that harbors Nazis. And we're not going to have any Nazis in the new conquered territory of Ukraine that I took in the war. We will get rid of all the Nazis. There's a lot of Nazis in Ukraine. We have them occupied. And we're going to get rid of them. We're going to denazification. We're going to denazify them. I don't even know what it means. Yeah, I don't know what it means either. Lex says, well, it means what it sounds like. Well, what does it sound like? It sounds like you're going to kill them. It sounds like you're going to reverse Holocaust them. It sounds like you're going to round them all up like the Jews and kill them. That's what it sounds like. I don't know what it is. What does denazification sound like to you? And what does it mean?
I'm ashamed of it. What do you think of Putin saying that justification for continuing the war is denazification? I thought it was one of the dumbest things I'd ever heard. I didn't understand what it meant. Denazification?
I was floored.
Literally means what it sounds like. You know, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I hate that whole conversation because it's not real. It's just ad hominem. It's a way of associating someone with an evil regime that doesn't exist anymore. But in point of fact,
You prefer to be called something else? It's ad hominem calling them Nazis. Why don't you call them something that they actually believe in? Like what? Like what? Nationalism? Populism? Socialism? Racism? Like what? I think Nazi explains everything. No, Nazi's about Germany. It's a political party of Germany. How could you even, from 80 years ago, how could you, that's not even a relevant, it's ad hominem to call somebody a Nazi.
Nazism, whatever it was inseparable from the German nation. It was in Germany. There were no other Nazis, right? There's no book of Nazism. Like, I want to be a Nazi. What is it? What does it mean to be a Nazi? There's no Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf is not Das Kapital, right? Mein Kampf is like, to the extent I understand it, it's like he's pissed about the Treaty of Versailles. Whatever. I'm very anti-Nazi. I'm merely saying there isn't a Nazi movement in 2024. It's a way of calling people evil. Okay, Putin doesn't like nationalist Ukrainians. Putin hates nationalism in general, which is
That's the word we'll use. We want to be called nationalists. You're slurring us with Nazi. But we're nationalists. We're Ukrainian nationalists.
interesting. And of course he does. He's got 80 whatever republics, and he's afraid of nationalist movements. He fought a war in Chechnya. So I understand it, but I have a different. I'm for nationalism, for American nationalism. So like I disagree with Putin on that.
I mean, this is not anything, but I call Tucker nationalist all the time. But he said it. He said it. Hey, Tucker, what are you doing, man? What is the long game? What is the Tucker Carlson Network going to be about? Who's your audience? Nationalists? I mean, I prefer patriot. I think you're going in a nationalist. Makes you. Trying to clean up the word. Make it not seem so bad. You say Nazi, that's slur. That's a slur. Nationalist. Look, I'm an American nationalist. Yikes! I'm a patriot. I'm patriot. It's nice. You think football? You think 4th of July? Mel Gibson? Revolutionary War? We're against tyranny? It was great. Nationalist is like, ugh, blood and soil. I don't know.
There were no other Nazis, right? There's no book of Nazism. Like, I want to be a Nazi. What is it? What does it mean to be a Nazi? There's no Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf is not Das Kapital, right? Mein Kampf is like, to the extent I understand it, it's like he's pissed about the Treaty of Versailles. Whatever. I'm very anti-Nazi. I'm merely saying there isn't a Nazi movement in 2024. It's a way of calling people evil. Okay, Putin doesn't like nationalist Ukrainians. Putin hates nationalism in general, which is interesting. But of course he does. He's got 80 whatever republics, and he's.
But he's okay with Russian nationalism. Mother Russia. He's talking about unifying the Slavic people. He's talking about bringing this is basically a Russian civil war. Both sides of the soldiers fighting are speaking Russian to each other. If you're a Russian nationalist and you're Ukrainian, then that's okay. It's the Ukrainian nationalism that's the problem. And he's not calling it nationalism. He says Nazi. He says that we got to denazify these people. You're saying they're basically just nationalists. Okay, but that's... You can't even really be a Nazi because nationalism... Nazi is just nationalism for Germany 80 years ago. Tucker, I don't think you can make this move. I don't think this is... I see what you're doing, but I don't think this is going to... You can't go around saying, I'm a nationalist. I think nationalism's good. Nazism's just nationalism for Germany, and Putin just hates nationalists. I don't think that's a good card to play.
I'm ashamed of it. What do you think of Putin saying that justification for continuing the war is denazification?
I thought it was one of the dumbest things I'd ever heard. I didn't understand what it meant. Denazification?
Literally means what it sounds like.
You know, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I hate that whole conversation because it's not real. It's just ad hominem. It's a way of associating someone with an evil regime that doesn't exist anymore.
Let's have a conversation about Nazism. You don't have to hate it. Let's talk about Nazism. Let's just talk about it. Nazism, you say. You hate it because it's ad hominem? No. No. Tons of people proudly this is white pride. They're standing up saying, I believe it. Take me seriously. It's not ad hominem. They're saying, no, this is my ideology. He's saying, no, it's not an ideology at all.
Nazism, whatever it was, is inside the German nation. It was a nationalist movement in Germany. There were no other Nazis, right? There's no book of Nazism. What does it mean to be a Nazi? There's no Mein Kampf. There's no Mein Kampf.
Tucker, have you ever been... We need to send Tucker to jail so he can go sit at the white table. What the fuck do you mean? What are you talking about? Bro, they have numbers for this, they have tattoos for this, they have symbols for this, they have all types of code for this. They definitely have a little group. They're not German nationalists, I fucking promise you. There's something about supremacy, racial supremacy going on in their little club of Nazis.
Not Das Kapital. To the extent I understand it, it's like he's pissed about the Treaty of Versailles. Whatever. I'm very anti-Nazi. I'm merely...
He gonna make me go read Mein Kampf.
It's a way of calling people...
Wait, we gotta see what he had to say.
Putin doesn't like nationalism.
You know, when I think American nationalism, I think 4th of July. Which is like, we're separate from Europe, which is good. But, that could mean something very different. American nationalism? You better watch your mouth, Tucker.
I thought it was childish. I do believe that he believes it. But that's so interesting. I agree with that. I was listening to this because in the United States, everyone's always calling everyone else a Nazi. You're a Nazi. But I was listening to this and I was like, this is the dumbest, sort of not convincing line you could take. And I sat there and listened to him talk about Nazis for like 8 minutes. Yeah, and I actually,
Yeah, he definitely, the Nazi stuff, it was personal, or it was, this is something that the Russians versus the Nazis is like a historical battle of grand proportions. And Putin thinks he's in the throes of this still? I gotta denazify the territory I just took? That blows my mind. I wish you could give me a better answer than the one you gave me, Tucker. It was a good question, Legs.
Having had a bunch of conversations with people who are living in Russia, they also believe it. There's technicalities here, which the word Nazi, World War II is deeply in the blood of a lot of Russians in Ukraine. I get it. So you're using it as almost a political term. The way it's used in the United States also, like racism and because you know you can really touch people if you use the Nazi. I think that's totally right. But it's also, to me, a really disgusting thing to do. I agree. Because, and also to clarify, there is neo-Nazi movements in Ukraine. They're just very small. You're saying that there's this distinction between Nazi and neo-Nazi. Sure. But it's a small percentage of the population, a tiny percentage. They have no power in government. I have seen no data to show they have any influence on Zelensky and the Zelensky government at all. So really, when Putin says denazification, I think he means nationalist movements. I think you're right, and I agree with everything.
I don't think that. I think he means racial supremacists. I think when he says Nazi, he means racial supremacists. I think there are a bunch of fucking people running around in Ukraine who killed Slavic people in cold blood through government power, and he thinks I'm gonna retaliate against these people. Either their supporters or their families or somebody who believes that racial supremacy is good. These are the Nazis, and I'm gonna get rid of them. And we're going to put the Russians back together again. Why do I think that? Because that's what he fucking said. I don't think he means nationalists. I think you mean nationalists. And I think you are Nazi adjacent and you don't want to be associated with them. And so you say Nazis ad hominem, but I'm a nationalist. That's a fucking crazy ass move. I would never play that in public.
I was listening to this and I was like, this is the dumbest.
That makes you look like a Nazi, Tucker.
And I sat there and listened to him talk about Nazis for 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually, having had a bunch of conversations with people who are living in Russia, they also believe it. Now, there's technicalities here, which the word Nazi, World War II is deeply in the blood.
Maybe that's their propaganda, right? We're at war with the West. The West are a bunch of Nazis. They're trying to invade through the southern border of Russia just like the Nazis did. The people who are in the Ukrainian army are Nazis. They're wearing swastikas. And they propagate that throughout the society, and they tell them that we're at war with the Fourth Reich, or we're at war with the neo-Nazis. That's the word he used. Untranslated was neo-Nazi. Because apparently it's the same in Russian as it is English. Neo-Nazi. He said it. He said the word. Translated, they use Nazi, I think. But Putin said neo-Nazi. What the fuck? Either that's not true and it's their reality. It's their propaganda to get people to. I mean, if I was Russian and you told me a giant story about how Russia was always trying to be westernized by these fucking racial supremacists over there who killed us all in the Holocaust, and then I'm 19 and suddenly there's a special military operation in Ukraine to stop the Nazis, I'd want to fucking go defend the motherland. And that makes sense to me, the story that they could tell. Now, is that true? Are there really Nazis in Ukraine? Well, there might be. There might actually be a giant group of Nazis in Ukraine that he needs to denazify. It's unclear.
Out of a lot of Russians in Ukraine. Get it. So you're using it as almost a political term. The way it's used in the United States also, like racism and all this kind of stuff. Because you know you can really touch people if you use the Nazi. I think that's totally right. But it's also, to me, a really disgusting thing to do. I agree. Because, and also to clarify, there is neo-Nazi movements in Ukraine. They're just very small. You're
Okay, but give me a number. Small, like 3 guys reading Das Kapital in their basement? Small like that? Or small like a couple hundred dudes with guns and masks that believe in racial supremacy? What kind of small? Or a couple thousand? Or a couple thousand plus 10,000 of passive supporters who wouldn't shoot anybody, but if a group came over and needed some help and said, I'm in the racial club, they would help. That's the real dangerous number. How many people are just passive, complicit observers or enablers? If the number's big, a small group of people could get a lot done. Just let them through. Let them do what they want. Take what they want.
There's this distinction between Nazi and neo-Nazi. Sure. But
is there?
A small percentage of the population, a tiny percentage, that have no power in government. I have seen no data to show they have any influence on Zelensky and the Zelensky government at all. So really, when Putin says denazification, I think he means nationalist movements. I
do not.
I agree with everything you said, and
I don't.
I do think that the Second World War occupies a place in Slavic society, Polish society, Central Eastern Europe, that it does not occupy in the United States. And
because they were the victims of the Holocaust. The Polish, the Slavs, the Jews, the Russians.
you can just look at the death totals, tens of millions versus less than 500,000. So it's like, this eliminated a lot of the male population of these countries. So of course it's still resonant in those countries. I get it. I think I've watched the misuse of words, the weaponization of words for political reasons for so long that I just don't like, and though I do engage in it sometime, I'm sorry, I don't like just dismissing people in a word. Oh, he's a Nazi, he's a liberal, or whatever. It's like, tell me what you mean. What don't you like about what they're doing or saying? And
Finer
Nazis, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
What troubled me about that is because he said that that's the primary objective currently for the war, and that because it's.
Well, he said, what did he say? I think Tucker said, why can't you just end the war today? And he said, well, I have to denazify the area. They're all a bunch of Nazis. So I can't end the war till they're not Nazis. That's scary. Occupied for 20 years, still looking for all the Nazis. Sure, there's one over there. You're one, right? You can do that forever.
What does it mean to get rid of the Nazis in Ukraine? So, he'll come to the table and say, well, okay, I will agree to do ceasefire once the Nazis are gone. Okay, so can you list the Nazis?
Plus, can you negotiate with a Nazi?
Right, exactly.
No, I
Exactly.
totally agree with you.
It was very strange, but maybe it was perhaps had to do with speaking to his own population, and also probably trying to avoid the use of the word NATO.
By calling them Nazis, by referring to the Nazis instead of NATO. Okay.
As the justification.
Yeah, yes, that's all. Of course, I don't know, but I suspect you're right on both counts. But I would.
I really thought he got NATO in 2014 and the coup as the inciting incident for the war.
I've thought more and more since I did that interview 2 weeks ago, I guess. I didn't think he was like as a PR guy not very good. Like he's not good at telling his own story. You know, the story of the current war in Ukraine is the eastward expansion of NATO scaring the shit out of the Russians. With NATO expansion, which is totally necessary, doesn't help the United States. NATO itself doesn't help the United States. And so I'm not pro-Russian for saying that, I'm pro-American for saying that. And I think that's a really compelling story because it's true. He did not tell that story. He told some other story that I didn't fully understand. Again, I'm not Russian. He's speaking to multiple audiences around the world. I'm not sure what he hoped to achieve by that interview. I will never know. But I did think that. Like, this guy is not good at telling his story. And I also think, honestly, on the basis of what? I mean, I know this. Very isolated during COVID. Very. We keep hearing that he's dying of this or that disease. He's got ALS. I mean, I don't know. I'm not his doctor. There's a ton of lying about it. I know that. But one thing that's not a lie is that he was cloistered away during COVID. I know this. And only dealing with 2 or 3 people. And that makes you weird. It's so important to deal with a lot of people, to have your views challenged. And you see this with leaders who stay in power too long. He's been in power 24 years, effectively. He's done it. You know, there have been upsides, I think, for Russia, the Russian economy, Russian life expectancy.
If I was the leader of Russia after Stalin as a KGB agent, bro, I'd only be talking to 3 people too. Who do you trust? What do you believe? Why don't we let 50 people in my inner circle? No, that's too many. How about 3?
But there are definitely downsides. And one of them is you get weird. And you get autocratic. You know, like, this is why we have term limits. Very few kings don't get crazy in old age.
Yeah, and you said some of this also in your post-Kremlin discussion while you're in Moscow still, which was very impressive to me, that you can just openly criticize. This is great.
Well, I don't care.
I understand this. I just wish you did some more of that also with the supermarket video, and perhaps some more of that with Putin in front of you. But
Put it in front of me.
I understand.
I'm such a good person.
I know you see it as virtue signaling.
Yeah, it is. Have you seen some of the interview he did with some NBC News trial?
Yes, I understand. So I think you're just so annoyed by how bad journalists are that you just didn't want to be them.
Yeah, that's probably right, actually.
Some great conversations will involve some challenging. Like, you were confused about denazification.
Well, first of all, I accept your criticism.
He asked one follow-up about denazification and then dropped it. Quickly went back to the war. And I thought at the time it was because Putin was calling Tucker a Nazi adjacent. And Tucker was like, "Can you explain if you're talking about people like me? Who's the Nazis? Who are the Nazis?" Well, how are you his follow-up was, "How are you going to change the mind of a Nazi to get to denazify them?" And Putin's answer was, "I'm going to criminalize them being a Nazi." And so it's going to deter them, or I'm going to put them in jail. Denazified. That's wow.
It's very few kings don't get crazy in old age.
This is Trump. I'm going to kill the drug dealers. This is over. First there was a drug problem, then I became the leader, then there wasn't, because I killed them.
Yeah, and you said some of this also in your in your post-Kremlin discussion while you're in Moscow still, which was very impressive to me, that you can just openly criticize. This is great.
Well, I don't care.
I understand this. I just wish you did some more of that also with the supermarket video, and perhaps some more of that with Putin in front of you. But I understand.
I'm such a good person.
I know you see it as virtue signaling.
Yeah, it is. Have you seen some of the interview he did with some NBC News?
Yes, I understand. So I think you're just so annoyed by how bad journalists are that you just didn't want to be them.
Yeah, that's probably right, actually.
Some great conversations will involve some challenging. Like you were confused about denazification.
Well, first of all, I accept your criticism, and I accept it as true. But in some way, I'm probably pivoting against what I dislike. And I have such contempt for American journalists on the basis of so much knowledge that I probably was like, I don't want to be like that. Fair. That is a kind of defensiveness and dumb. So, you're right. As for the Nazi thing, I was like, I really felt like we were just speaking so far past each other that we would never like come to. I was like, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And then, especially when I decided or concluded that he really meant it, I was like, that's just too freaking weird to me. It's almost like, yeah, I can think of many other examples where you're interviewing someone, they'll say something that's like, I was interviewing a guy one time and he started talking about the black Israelites who are the real Jews, and I was like, and it wasn't on camera, but I was like, it was so far out to me that I was like, we'll never kind of understand common terms on that.
Tucker, why would you say that? Why would you say that on Lex's podcast? 3 hours to talk, and you're going to talk about the black Israelites and the real Jews? I'm just saying, I didn't understand what he was talking about.
I really felt like we were just speaking so far past each other that we would never like come to. I was like, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And
Do you mean so many? The code shit is crazy. I can't follow you guys.
Especially when I decided or concluded that he really meant it, I was like, that's just too freaking weird to me. It's almost like, yeah, I can think of many other examples where you're interviewing someone, they'll say something that's like, I was interviewing a guy one time and he started talking about the black Israelites who are the real Jews, and I was like, and it wasn't on camera, but I was like, it was so far out to me that I was like, we'll never kind of understand common terms on that.
You mentioned there's a bunch of conspiracy theories about Putin's health. How was he in person? Like, what did he feel like? Did he look healthy?
I'm not a health person myself, so I mean, I can easily gain 30 pounds and not know it. So, like, I'm probably not a great person to ask, but no, he seemed fine. He seemed, he had his arm care. And I heard people say like Parkinson's, and Parkinson's can be controlled, I know, for periods with drugs. So it's hard to assess. I'm just not. One of the tells of Parkinson's is gait. You know how a person walks, I think. And his walking seemed fine. I walked around with him and talked to him off camera. He's had some work done for sure. He's 71 or 2.
You mean like visual purposes?
Yeah, I'm 54. He's like almost 20 years older than me. He looked younger than me.
What was that like? The conversation off camera, like you walking around with him. What was the content of the conversation?
I mean, I feel bad even Putin or anybody like talking about stuff that is off the record, but I'll just say that when I said that he didn't want to fight with NATO or with the U.S. State Department or with Joe Biden because he wants a settlement, that's a very informed, perspective. He doesn't. Say whatever you want about that, believe it or not, but that is true. So
he's open for peace. For peace negotiation.
Russia tried to join NATO in 2000. That's a fact. Okay, they tried to join NATO. So just think about this. NATO exists to keep Russia contained. It exists as a bulwark against Russian territorial expansion. And whether or not Russia has any territorial ambitions is another question. Like, why would it? It's the largest landmass in the world. Whatever. But that's why it exists. So if Russia seeks to join NATO,
it was a democratic bulwark against the communists. It was against the Soviets. In 91, there were no Soviets. In 2000, they applied to join NATO. And then we don't let them in because fuck you, you're Russian. So I don't know what's going on at the top. That's the series of events. I don't know who's making the decisions or why, but that's what happened.
Russia tried to join NATO in 2000. That's a fact. Okay, they tried to join NATO. So just think about this. NATO exists to keep Russia contained. It exists as a bulwark against Russian territorial expansion. And whether or not Russia has any territorial ambitions is another question. Like, why would it? It's the largest landmass in the world. Whatever. But that's why it exists. So if Russia seeks to join NATO, it is by definition a sign that NATO's job is done here. We can declare victory and go home. The fact that they turned him down is like so shocking to me, but it's true. Then he approaches the next president, George W. Bush. That was with Bill Clinton at the end of his term in 2000. He approaches the next president and said, let's, in our next missile deal, let's align on this, and we'll designate Iran as our common enemy. Iran, which is now, effectively linked with Russia thanks to our insane policies. But and George W. Bush, to his credit, is like, well, that seems like kind of an innovative, good idea. And Condi Rice, who's like one of the stupidest people ever to hold power in the United States, if I say, who's like monomaniacally anti-Russia because she had an advisor at Stanford who was or something during the Cold War. No, we can't do that. And Bush is just weak and so agreed. It's like, what? That is crazy. If you're fighting with someone and the person says, you know what, actually our interests align, and you've spent 80% of your mental disk space on hating me and opposing me or whatever, but actually we can be on the same team. If you don't at least see that as progress, like what? Why would you? If your interest is in helping your country, what's the counter argument? I don't even understand it, and no one has even addressed any of this. A war of Russian aggression. Yeah, it was a war of Russian aggression for sure. But how did we get there? We got there because
How do we get here?
Joe Biden and Tony Blinken dispatched Kamala Harris, who does not freelance this stuff, okay? Fair to say, to the Munich Security Conference 2 years ago this month, February 2022, and said in a press conference to Zelensky, poor Zelensky, we want you to join NATO. This was not in a backroom thing. This was in public at a press conference. Knowing, because he said it like 4,000 times, we don't want nuclear weapons from the United States or NATO on our western border. Duh. And days later, he invaded. So, like, what is that? And if you even, I raised that question in my previous job, and I was denounced as, of course, a traitor or something. Okay, great, I'm a traitor. What's the answer? What's the answer? These are not Troy Newland, who I know, not dumb, doesn't help the U.S. in any way, architect of the Iraq War, architect of this disaster, one of the people who destroyed the U.S. dollar, okay, fine. But she's not stupid. So, like, you're trying to get a war by acting that way. What's the other explanation? By the way, NATO didn't want Ukraine because it didn't meet the criteria. So, for admission. So why would you say that? Because you want a war. That's why. And that war has enriched a lot of people to the tune of billions. So I don't care if I sound like some kind of left-wing conspiracy nut, because I'm neither left-wing nor a conspiracy nut. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Who do you think is behind it? If you were to analyze it, zoom out, looking at the entirety of human history, The military-industrial complex, said Kamala Harris. Is it individuals? Is it like this collective flock that people are just pro-war as a collective?
It's the hive mind. It's and I spent my whole life in D.C. from 85 to 2020, so 35 years. And again, I grew up around it in that world, and I do think that
one of my favorite characters on Elite is James Guzman. They call him a Viking. Like, there's just something inside him that likes war. Like, that has a propensity to war. Or is it just people like Kamala Harris fucking everything up and we have to go to war? What is it?
The military-industrial complex, said Kamala Harris. Is it individuals? Is it like this collective flock that people are just pro-war as a collective?
it's the hive mind. It's and I spent my whole life in D.C. from 85 to 2020, so 35 years. And again, I grew up around it in that world, and I do think that conspiracies. There are conspiracies, but in general, the hive mind is responsible for the worst decisions. It's a bunch of people with the same views, totally, views that have not been updated in decades. Putin said something that I thought was absolutely true. I don't know how he would know this, but it is true because I lived among them. So the Soviet Union dissolves in August of '91 on my honeymoon in Bermuda. I'll never forget it, and it was a big thing. If you lived in D.C. The receptionist in my office in 1991 was getting a master's in Russian from Georgetown. He was going to be a Sovietologist. And he was among thousands of people in Washington on that same track. And so the Soviet Union collapses, well, so does the rationale for, a good portion of the U.S. government has been dedicated for over 40 years to opposing this thing that no longer exists. So there's a lot of forward momentum. There's a huge amount of money, the bulk of the money in the richest country in the world, aimed in this direction. It's very hard for people to readjust, to reassess. And you see this in life all the time. I love my wife. All of a sudden, she ran off with my best friend. Holy shit! I didn't expect that this morning. Now it's a reality. Like, how do I deal with that? Well, I got stage 4 cancer diagnosis. Okay, it's all bad, but I'm just saying, that's the nature of life. Things you did not anticipate, never thought you have to face, happen out of nowhere. And you have to adjust your expectations and your goals. And people have a hard time with that. Very hard time with that. So that's a lot of it. People, if you're Condi Rice, sort of like highly ambitious.
Did that really happen to him, or was that for example?
From Stanford, and you read Tolstoy in the original, sure you did. And you spent your whole life thinking that Russia is the center of evil in the world. It's kind of hard to be like, well, actually, there's a new threat, and it's coming from farther east. It's primarily an economic threat. And maybe all the threats aren't reduced to tank battles. That's the other thing, is these people are so inelastic in their thinking, so lacking imagination and flexibility, that they can't sort of imagine, a new framework. And the new framework is not that you're going to go to war with China over Formosa, Taiwan. No, the framework is that all of a sudden all the infrastructure in Tijuana is going to be built by China. And that's a different kind of threat. But they can't kind of get there because they're not that impressive.
So you've mentioned this. It's not just the Cold War, it's World War II that populates most of their thinking in Washington. You mentioned Churchill, Chamberlain, and Hitler, and they kind of seeing the World War II as the good war and the successful role the United States played in that war. They're kind of seeing that dynamic, that geopolitical dynamic, and applying it everywhere else still.
Why does anyone wear ponchos if they never actually work? All you need is the bearskin waterproof tactical jacket.
Yeah, it's a template for everything. And I think it's of huge significance to the development of the West, to the civilization we live in now, to world history, to the world war. And so I think it's worth knowing a lot about and being honest about and all the rest. But it's probably the sum total of human history. It's a snapshot, and so you keep hearing people refer to not even the war. No one ever talks about the war. Like, how much does Tony Blinken know about the Battle of Stalingrad? Probably zero. Doesn't know anything. Largest battle in human history. But I bet he knows nothing. But he knows a lot about the cliches surrounding the 38 to 40 period, 1938 to 1940. And everything is kind of expressed through that formula. And not everything is that formula. That's all I'm saying. And the Republicans have a strange...
What was Stalingrad? 37? 39? 43? What's the point he's making? Why would you think Blinken doesn't understand the history of World War II? Why would you say that?
Significance to the development of the West, to the civilization we live in
Just
now.
dunking on him?
World history. It was a world war. And so I think it's worth knowing a lot about and being honest about and all the rest. But it's probably the sum total of human history. It's a snapshot. And so you keep hearing people refer to not even the war. No one ever talks about the war. Like, how much does Tony Blinken know about the Battle of Stalingrad? Probably zero. Doesn't know anything. Largest battle in human history. But I bet he knows nothing. But he knows a lot about the cliches surrounding the 38 to 40 period. 1938 to 1940.
38 to 40.
And everything is kind of expressed through that formula. And not everything is that formula. That's all I'm